Welcome to the Lux Files, a podcast for occultists about occultists. I'm your host, Sean, and I hope you enjoy this episode. Be sure to subscribe to the Lux Files wherever you get your podcasts to stay up to date on all the new episodes. Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 26 of the Lux Files. I am here with witch, occultist, paranormal investigator, and walking library, Eilfie Music. Hello, my dear.
Hello.
How are you?
Doing well.
Wonderful, wonderful. Doing well after the whole tea accident.
Yes. Flipping my whole cup of tea and having to make a whole new one, hopefully not electrocute myself.
Oh yeah, electrocution isn't fun. I mean, in certain circumstances it could be fun, but not right before my podcast. That wouldn't be
No.
That wouldn't be great. It'd be like
luckily everything else survived. Everything's still in one piece.
I'd be like, I got myself all pretty for this podcast, and then she goes ahead and electrocutes herself. Now what I'm going to do, I'm just going to keep watching the election returns.
There you go.
I'm such a geek. I love politics. Well, I'm not involved in politics. So I think like as a regular citizen, I should say I love hate politics because, I mean, as a regular citizen, you can't just love politics. You have to hate politics as well because politicians are
only way to get through it.
Yeah, politicians are politicians. But it's election day here in Canada, federal election, and I love it. I live for it, and seeing all the returns come in, and I'm annoyed that our prime minister dissolved parliament in the middle of the pandemic and called this election. But what are you going to do?
Yeah, I think we were talking like it's kind of different between the two, how the government's run. It's just like, wait, you can just like go, yep, we're done with this.
Yeah. So yeah, our our government, like our parliamentary system, we do have by law, you have to have an election every 4 years. But you can, like, the prime minister can go to the governor general. Now, the Queen of England, she's our head of state. Our prime minister isn't our head of state. So our prime minister, even though our prime minister work with your president as allies, they're technically not the same because technically our prime minister is not the head of state. The Queen is. So this isn't a good analogy, or is analogy even the right word? But our prime minister would be more similar to what's Nancy Pelosi?
The vice president?
No, not the vice president. Nancy Pelosi. She's leader of the House.
Okay.
I think a little bit more closer. But the thing is that our Senate and your Senate, the way they function are very different. So yeah, it's hard to kind of compare. But yeah, so as prime minister go to the governor general. The governor general is the Queen's representative here in Canada and request that the governor general dissolves parliament. So you dissolve parliament, and technically we don't have a government right now during the writ period.
Who's running the show?
Well, so whichever party was the governing party before the writ drop,
okay,
like a caretaker government. But the thing is that you can't, like, parliament is dissolved, so there's no sitting in parliament. There's no passing of bills, anything like that.
So it's like taking care of the day-to-day stuff, but they can't make any major decisions or pass anything.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And the thing is that, and if that still sounds crazy, it's not that crazy because our election period by law is either as short as 36 days or a maximum of 55 days. So it's not a long period of having a caretaker government because technically, like I said, we don't have a government during the red period. So it is quite different. And we have like 5 major political parties Like there's
Oh, okay.
there's smaller ones, like there's the Marijuana Party, there's the Communist Party, there's the People's Party of Canada, but they're not, I mean, they're never on the board. So
Oh, okay.
they're not, but there's um Liberal Party, Conservative Party,
Hmm.
New Democratic Party, Green Party, and the Bloc Québécois. So
Oh, okay.
so whoever uh become, like, whichever party becomes the governing party, they don't even get like 50% plus one of the vote. Like it can be as low as 38.5%.
Hmm.
But it's just that they get more, a higher percentage than all the other parties because there's multiple parties. So so technically you could become prime minister and not even have like a majority of uh of people voting for you.
Oh, well, yeah. Usually we just have the two party. I
Mhm.
mean, we have technically some. There are smaller party stuff, but like when you see the election stuff, it's always the two big
Yeah.
parties. So yeah, sounds a little different and like interesting. It's like, a lot more complicated.
Yeah, it's different. Yeah, it's different. And then you guys also campaign for like 8
Mm,
years.
forever.
Oh
I
God,
mean, you hear about people like, "Hey, you're elected. Cool. Now we're going to start the next campaign for the next time." And
basically, yeah.
it's like, do you have a moment? Anything? No? Okay.
Can
And
you
then you
represent
like,
can you represent me in, in Congress for a few minutes? Like I have issues that I'd like you to take care of. Yeah, it's weird. I like our system, but also that's also the system that I grew up in. I'm sure if
Mhm.
I grew up in a different system, like if I grew up in the States, I probably would look at Canada's system or England's system and be like, oh no, ours is better. You know what I mean? Just because, that's how people are.
Yeah.
They grow up with something and it's normal and comfortable and safe
Mm.
for them, and they just prefer it. Just because it's familiar. It may not be better. To me, like when I step back, because I also lived in the States.
Mhm.
um, so, living day in and day out, um, uh, with Americans through a federal election,
Yeah.
listen to them, their issues, blah, 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 blah.
Mhm.
I kind of seeing it from the outside, but while being in the middle of it,
Mhm.
and then looking at ours from the outside, even though like I was still able to vote when I lived in the States, like vote, in Canada,
Mhm.
um, trying to be impartial. I think our system has more advantages. Um,
Yeah. Well, I
be-
mean, the last few elections, last few years and everything, it's just, I feel now, granted, it might be too that when I was younger and everything, I couldn't vote yet. It wasn't as big of a deal because it's like,
mm,
well, I can't vote. But as I got older and can vote, it feels like it's this last few years, it seems to have gotten even more intense, like really driven where like this is the hill I will die on for this group
yeah,
and everything. It's like,
yeah.
really? Okay. Like,
Like right now, like before Justin Trudeau dropped the writ, he was
mm,
in a minority government. So for him to pass uh,
mm,
bills, he would need the support of other parties. So you get some
oh,
collaboration, which is great. But even in a majority government, like we don't elect the prime minister, we elect our ministers of parliament.
okay.
Now, the leader of the parties are MPs, ministers of parliament. So whichever party gets the most seats,
Hmm.
we have 338 ridings across the country, or whatever number it is. That party is the governing party, and the leader of that party becomes the prime minister. So we don't
Oh,
vote for
okay.
the prime minister separately. So it's not, so we're never in a situation where we have, say, like a liberal prime minister, but a conservative
I
party
see.
with the majority of the seats, where
Hmm.
where the Liberal Prime Minister wants this progressive thing to happen, and the Conservatives are like, well, we're controlling the Parliament because we have the most seats and we're not going to vote for it. So you don't have the same sort of inaction that you see in the States a lot.
Yeah, that's where we get the fight, where we'll have like right now we have Biden, but and then you have like more conservative, and even though the president wants to pass this, the conservatives like, yeah, no. And that's when it becomes a push and pull and everything.
Yeah. But your filibuster is also bullshit too. Like that's completely undemocratic. I mean, if democracy, like your system of democracy is 50% plus one, then the filibuster is not a democratic process, and we know it's not a democratic process, and we know why it was created, when it was created, and what it was designed to do. It's completely racist, and it needs to go, because that's where you guys also get your sort of like stagnation, because you need like 70 votes in the Senate, and that just doesn't make any sense.
It's one of those, like, the last two elections, I feel like it's been definitely learning more about how our government works, because it's one of those, it's not so cut and dry, and people just like, oh, you vote and then this happens. Like, no. There's a little more like loops and turns before we get to the end here.
Yeah. And then the electoral college system is something that's
so broken.
Yeah. But again, we also know what that was all about, why the electoral college system exists in the first place. And it's like, I get, it's whatever. But you know what? I don't want to be too on your system.
Yeah. Have you seen when they redraw the lines and everything, how weird it gets?
Oh, and when you guys do the redistricting and everything, the Republican not filibustering, gerrymandering. Yeah. It's weird to me. It's just weird how partisan stuff like that can be. It just makes no sense. I don't get it. I don't like here. When we appoint someone to the Supreme Court here in Canada, it's not like a Liberal Prime Minister doesn't appoint a Liberal judge. It depends on what region of the country they live in, because all regions have to be represented in the Supreme Court. The Senate, the Senate is like sober second thought. Our Senate isn't like your Senate that can create bills and stuff like that. They're I don't want to call them a rubber stamp, but they're sober second thought. And technically they can be liberal, conservative, NDP, whatever. But a lot of them are independent, and it's different. It's really different, so there's things, like your Supreme Court nominations are very partisan. That stuff like that just never really ever caught on here in Canada, that partisanship in stuff like that.
It's one of those things, like, even I sometimes I scratch my head going like, I will admit I don't fully understand it sometimes, where I'm like, okay, I feel like I have to look this up, because they'll just like rattle off stuff. I'm like, what?
Yeah, good old politics.
Oh yeah, and I have a friend who's like, he's very deep in the politics, and I can just ask them like a question, and they will just run off the history and this and that, and I'm like, oh good, I'm glad you understand, because I have no idea what you just said.
It's complicated. It can be very complicated how things work. I love it, but like I said, I have a love-hate for it, because it's hard to love politicians. I like other people's politicians. Like, I love the Clintons, and I get to say that because I'm not an American. I've never had to either vote for them and be disappointed, or not vote for them and hate that they had power in this country. You know what I mean? So I get to be like, I love the Clintons, whereas
you get to sit outside and watch the show like this. Yeah,
I mean, whereas like the politicians that I vote for, like I don't like, oh, I love so and so or so. No, they're politicians and they're going to disappoint you.
Yeah.
And in one way or another, they're going to disappoint you. So I don't love any politician that I'm responsible for voting for or voting against. They're just like, okay, you know what? I hired you, your staff. Now get to work.
I look at it more like, okay, this is what you promised. I hope you at least fulfill 50% of what you promised, because this is why I looked at and voted at. And I'm hoping we can at least cover some of that.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they make big promises usually and they can't fulfill it all, because obviously they have to then go up against the machine of things do not move very fast anywhere.
Yeah.
But it's one of those, like, how many of these things do I agree with? Are you the closest thing that I agree with? Cool.
Yeah.
Let's work with that.
Yeah. I do love the Clintons, actually, a lot. I think they're fantastic. So, but that's just me. And I get to say that because I'm Canadian. So there you go. So anyways, enough about politics. Because I mean, I can go on, like, this whole episode can turn into politics so easily because I love talking about politics. But we're here to talk about you and learn all about you. So with the theme of my podcast, what I like to do is I like to start with a moment in your life, or like a series of moments that kind of set you on your magical, / spiritual path. Now, I think I'm either going to be really surprised about your story growing up, or because I'm assuming you're going to have a different sort of upbringing than most of my guests when it comes to magic and whatnot. So I might actually be very surprised at your story. But yeah, so let's go back to when you were wee.
Back to the beginning.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've talked about this with the show and everything, and just I grew up in a primarily, the simplest term would be, I grew up in a primarily pagan household, like, as in I grew up around the occult, and it was just kind of an everyday thing for me. So it was one of those things where I always have difficulty describing it, honestly, right, because, like you said, similar terms, usually I grew up in a pagan household because that's like the easiest way to explain it, because I'm like, well, yeah, this.
And honestly, sometimes the things we're most familiar with are the hardest to describe, just because they're so normal to me.
Yeah.
How do I describe it in a way that someone else can understand? But like, up until, I mean, not like I've been doing my podcast for a long time. It's only been 5 months, but you're only the second person I've interviewed that has I'm just going to like air quote non-traditional upbringing.
Yeah.
My friend Frater RC, he grew up in a transcendental meditation household. Ooh. Joined the Golden Dawn when he was 15 or 16.
Oh, so, wow.
Yeah. So all the rest of us, we're all like, oh yeah, I was Christian, until I found my first book on witchcraft. You know what I mean? So for you, like, you had a different upbringing than most of us, but for you, that was normal.
Yeah. And the thing was, it was very normal, where it wasn't until like outside the house when I started and interacting with kids, or even gotten older and interacting, like, okay, so like I said, I grew up in a pagan, but then when I met like other pagan Wiccan practitioners, that's when it really hit more like, oh, people didn't grow up like this. They had to find it themselves or be introduced by someone else, or that they usually were raised a different religion and everything, and they switched out. And so that was very interesting to me, of like, oh yeah, this is normal. And actually what was stranger to me is like I said, even though the house I grew, we still celebrate, like we celebrate Halloween and Christmas and Easter, but not in like with like Christmas and Easter and the Christians. And we just had a tree up, or we would have baskets of eggs, but we didn't even celebrate in like what people today would consider the pagan way, with like Yule or Ostara or anything, or even Samhain. Really, we just had Halloween where we dressed up in costumes and did trick-or-treating, and that was our extent of Halloween, other than maybe putting the jack-o'-lanterns on and maybe an offering of food, but that was about it. It was like, yeah, this is what we did.
Yeah. Well, I think it's pretty normal, I think, even for people like me who, like, I grew up Roman Catholic. I still put up a Christmas tree. And of course, Yule tree. Christians stole the Yule Christmas tree from the pagans, but like all that aside, it's just it's part of secular, for us in the West. It's still part of secular life. It's fun to put up a tree and put presents under the tree. It's fun to do an egg hunt with kids. Like,
I mean, we watched the Christmas specials. We would even watch the morning Christmas parade and everything. And it wasn't until like I would see other friends' Christmas trees. The only difference was we didn't have like a nativity scene under the tree or anything. That'd be the only big difference. But I knew why they celebrate Christmas, but it still was, there was still, to me, Christmas was presents, tree, and Santa Claus.
Right. Yeah. So as a child then, did you have any like, so you're saying, like, Halloween, it was for you as a child, you're dressing up and trick-or-treating, as opposed to Samhain ritual, like, because that would suck if you were a kid and like, well, no, you can't trick or treat because it's Samhain ritual. I'd be like, I'm converting to Christianity. I want candy.
Well, what's interesting is when I got older. Okay, so when I was really little, we lived in an apartment, so we didn't have really a yard to do anything with. But when I got older, we had our own backyard and everything. I remember we would still do the trick-or-treating and the costumes, but then maybe around midnight we would go in the backyard and leave the offerings of food. And I think we usually left like milk and wine and cheese and bread. And if we cooked a dinner that night for Halloween, we would leave a little portion of that, and we would just basically make some sort of statement of, this is for the spirits of the area, and we wish you blessings, and we would have a candle for them and everything. So when I was older, we would definitely get a little more involved with that, mostly because now we had a space to do it with and everything.
Okay. So as a child, and let's say like grade school age, like I'm talking about young child, you weren't participating in like more formal rituals?
No, I really wasn't. It wasn't till my teen years that I started, like, I'd always knew of, like, okay, so one of the earliest memories I had was my dad, who was a magician and everything. He read tarot cards. He had always done it. He had done it since forever and everything. And he was replacing his tarot deck because it was pretty worn and old and everything, with a new one. And I think I was under the age of 10. I was maybe 8. And he's like, here you go. And he hands me a tarot deck. And I knew what it was. I'd seen him use it and everything, but I wasn't yet as very familiar with the symbols. It was just at that point, it was like, ooh, pretty pictures. And I would play with it and just, I think I remember trying to use it like my dad, but not really understanding how it worked. I just knew he would lay out the cards and try to interpret them. And I think I remember doing that without yet reading the book on how to interpret them.
Do you remember what deck it was?
The Rider-Waite-Smith.
Okay.
Yeah, he had a Rider-Waite-Smith. I remember he also later had the Thoth deck too.
Mm-hmm.
So I still have the first one he gave me. It's like in a box. They're so delicate now that I don't even try to shuffle with them because I feel like they're just going to fall apart on me.
Yeah. No, but that's nice. Something nice to hang on to, though. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's cute. That's like what, 8 years old, playing with tarot cards. I think that's really cute. I love that.
Yeah. And that was the thing. It wasn't until later that I would hear people talk about them like, oh, you be careful with them. Like, I didn't think anything bad of them. I knew about divination. I mean, I even remember seeing him use the I Ching coins and everything, and we had the I Ching book and whatnot. So, and we had runes. So we had various tools of divination. And to me, I just saw them as tools. I didn't think anything bad of them. And until later, people were like, oh my goodness. I'm like, you just respect them and you do them, and that it's a tool. It's not going to do anything weird.
Well, yeah, I mean, because growing up around this, like you were exposed to these items in a normalized way, so like the rest of us were like, oh, I picked up my first book on witchcraft. It talks about tarot. I'm gonna get my first tarot deck, and we get all of the new age superstitions with oh, Ouija boards, careful with the Ouija, careful with tarot, careful, everything that you can possibly put your careful because my friend's brother, sisters, cousins, best friend used a Ouija board and got trapped in it. And so
I probably had access to my dad's books way too early.
But no, I mean, again, growing up where this is normal for you, you get access to these tools and you understand what these things are, and you got to bypass all of the superstitions, like the modern super modern new age superstitions that are attached to them.
Well, I would hear about them later on, and I'd be like, well, I'm not sure about that. Are you sure about that?
Exactly. Yeah.
And I would then get curious of like, well, why is this a thing? And I would then start researching why is this a superstition and everything. And it actually, for me, the difficulty actually was when it was one thing in the household, it was fine because we talked about paranormal and ghosts and witchcraft and this and that. And actually, my dad was into some paranormal stuff, mostly the parapsychology angle of it, but he never really got into the ghost hunting part like I did. I got more into the ghosts and haunting stuff as a kid. It was more me having to realize going outside the home and going to school and everything that this freaked people out. If you talk about ghosts, if you talk about hauntings, you talk about all this weird stuff, people are going to start looking at you like, are you okay? Or like, this is freaky, or this is scary. And I'm like, we talk about this all the time. How's this a bad thing?
Were you like taught as a kid, when you're in school, don't talk about this, don't talk about that, like more of like a safety measure?
I think to some extent, yes. Like it was one of those, like, I wasn't told like you can talk about it, but it was more like maybe you shouldn't, just because they won't understand, or that it's not really their thing compared to what you're interested in. Also, honestly, at that point I was kind of the weird kid anyway, so I already was on the fringe as it
Right,
was.
right.
I think one of my favorite memories of like elementary school was there was a, I want to say she was a TA, and during recess she would tell ghost stories, like local legend ghost stories, and I just love sitting around just listening to all them. That was like one of my few fond memories of just hearing the local legends from this
That's
person.
awesome.
Oh yeah, I think that might have been one of the catalysts of like, I want to know more about ghosts.
Right. Yeah. There's so much that I don't think we realize how much we absorb as kids,
Hmm.
and how they certain and they can be like really small circumstances that just end up shaping our entire personalities and
Hmm.
our entire lives.
Oh
Like
yeah.
I'm sure the TA wasn't secretly trying to indoctrinate school children into the occult. It's just like these are fun stories to tell.
Pretty much. She would talk about the hauntings here and around like the Lamont, like the little town Lamont we have in State College, and just the tunnels that connected the old houses and everything. And I just remember enjoying those stories, and then at some point they stopped and everything. And then I remember going to the school library and basically grabbing every book I could about the paranormal.
Interesting. So, did you grow up in the area you live
Yeah.
now?
Hmm.
Okay. So, houses connected by tunnels? Is
There's a small town called Lamont, and it's a kind of like historic town, and there's these like Victorian houses. And I believe, if I remember the stories correctly, they were doing like remodeling on the basements, because I think some of them were like dirt basements, and they found tunnels connecting them together from one house there, because there'd be like a row of gingerbread Victorian houses, and they found a tunnel would link them all together. Now at the time, I remember she was trying to say that it was like the Underground Railroad, but that's, I later on thinking about it, I think it most likely might have dealt with more probably the prohibition era, and maybe
Oh, right.
smuggling bootleg
Mm-hmm.
from house to house and everything.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Hmm.
Huh. Still creepy sounding though.
Oh yeah, I would honestly love to know which house this is and see if they still even have those tunnels or anything.
Yeah. That's creepy though. I would hate. Or do like you're saying this is a historic town? Do you
Yeah.
like it just historic because it's old, or is it like people live there?
Oh,
Like
it people
it's
live there. It's more historic just because the houses, a lot of them are still a lot of the original houses, because I believe before it was Lamont, they used to just call it the town at the end of the hill or everything. And it's this beautiful old house. It's now very much art gallery and a nice cafe and
mm,
everything. And it's and a lot of them are like, especially on the main road, are like gingerbread Victorian houses of like probably 1880s, 1870s or so, and they're very well kept together and everything.
okay. So
So
it's
yeah,
like
it's more the
like
historic of these houses are still, some of them might be registered and everything.
okay. No, I didn't know if you meant like historic town, like how you know they're almost like open air museums,
Oh
like
yeah, yeah,
yeah. So like people live in these
like
houses.
Williamsburg or something.
Yeah, so people live in these houses.
Oh yeah. Hmm.
I don't know if I'd want to live in a house that knowing that there's a tunnel attached to other houses. Like that just creeps me out because I watch horror movies. I know what goes on in basements with tunnels.
Oh yeah,
Like,
especially since probably some of these are like the dirt floor basements and everything.
yeah.
No, actually, this the in high school, I remember one of the more interesting stories we would talk about is there's this old church near outside town called Egg Hill Church, It's this beautiful church. It's one of those like white steeple churches and everything.
Mhm.
It's literally up on top of a hill. It's a bit of a drive to get there. And the urban legend was that it was haunted, that there was a pastor who killed his entire congregation, and that kids would go up there trying to see if they would see the ghosts. And one of the big stories was like, when you're driving away, if you see lights in the back, that means the ghost is following you. So this was definitely one of those places where a lot of the kids would just scare themselves silly. But when you look into the actual history of it, one, it's still an active church. They still have like Easter and Christmas mass and everything. And if there's a cemetery right next to it, and there's not like a bunch of tombstones of the same year or anything. So it's like one of those, I have no idea where this story starts. I just find it interesting. I want to know where
Yeah.
did this urban legend come about?
Yeah. I think if you're, someone that enjoys researching, I think discovering that these, scary urban legends turn out not to be true are just as rewarding as, investigating them, in a paranormal sense, because it's the idea of knowledge, of knowing, of finding out, whether it's true or not. So yeah, I would imagine, like, if you like researching, it would be okay to be like, oh, okay, well, this story isn't true, but I enjoyed the adventure.
I enjoyed the story, the legend of it and everything.
Story, and enjoyed research.
There's always a little truth somewhere in there that just then telephone getting spiraled out.
When I lived in Ottawa's the capital of Canada. I can't remember the town. It's like east of Ottawa. It's my friend grew up there on a dairy farm, and actually, I don't even know if you would really call it a town, like, or even a village. I think it was just more like a collection of farms, and it's all, like,
you go by, you miss it.
Yeah, but
we have quite a lot of those.
Yeah. And it's all like wheat fields or cornfields, whatever it is, and dairy farms. But there's a church, and it's up on a hill, and it kind of looks like a man-made hill.
Okay.
I don't know if it is. It's just because the entire land is just flat, but then you have this mound with a church on it. But what was creepy about it, very, American Gothic, is, and this is just because, the land is so flat and all the roads are straight, they're in grids. But you're either facing, like, you're driving, you're either facing the church, or if you look in the rearview mirror, you see the church. When you're going down this road, and you look in the passenger side mirror, and there's the church. Or if you're going down this road, it's the driver's side mirror. It's just like, no matter where you look in this area, you're looking at the church. And
that's a little creepy.
and it always creeps me out, because it's also the whole scenario, like the, the golden wheat, or it just had that, golden wheat fields, and that church on the hill in the distance. And every time like, if you're not looking directly at it, every time you look at a mirror, depending on which road you're on, it will depend on which mirror it's in. And it's just like, no matter where you look, there's just that church. And it
sounds like one of those creepy stories, like, I cannot escape this. Everywhere I go, I'm back where I was.
Yeah, it always really kind of creeped me out of it. It really did. I appreciate it in hindsight, for the, it would make a potentially a good story, but yeah, creepy. There was nothing creepy about the church. Like, I actually had to, of all places, go into that church because when my friend's mother died, they
Mm.
had the funeral service there. And I yeah, it just actually being like stepping on that hill, like on that land in that church, I just had like a creepy vibe, but
Mhm.
I don't know if there's anything really attached to that, like it's like any like weird energy in the earth. I don't think I just think it was just all of my experiences with that church prior to actually going into it was just that creep factor of it.
Yeah.
Like, it just thinking about it just really starts creeping me out. Like I can just see it right here in the side mirror, and it's really bothering me right now that I'm talking about it, that I brought it up.
Well,
So
it
yeah,
I think also it's one of those like we were saying, it's very similar to a lot of like horror stories or ghost stories of, and I think one of those things I know for myself half the time is I love horror. I love ghost stories and stuff and scary movies. So when I'm near a building or to a building, it's one of those trying to figure out, okay, is this creepy because there's something actually here, or is it creepy because it looks like every other like Stephen King
yeah,
novel come to life?
yeah,
Because what you described that reminds me actually like that show Preacher, where it's like the guy who has the supernatural abilities, but his church is this little white steeple church in the middle of like flat lands nowhere,
yeah.
and there's just something just off about it.
It's creepy. It's just completely creepy. It really is.
Mhm.
Yeah, it really is. Um, I'm just I'm seeing it. Like I said, I'm seeing it on my right side now. Like it's in my like the mirror, the side mirror, the car is in my peripheral vision right now, and I'm like, I can just, it's just creeping me out just thinking about it,
That's
just relating
interesting.
this story. And I mean, we're talking like we're going back because I lived in Ottawa from 2001 to 2005 or 2000 2005. So I mean,
Mhm.
we're talking about like we're going back a long time,
Yeah,
and it just still to this day just creeps me out just thinking about it.
it still has that presence about it, even
Yeah,
not being there.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
really
yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. Maybe I'll have to turn it into a story. I don't know because I write like occult detective fiction.
Oh, cool.
So I may have to turn that into a story now that it's in my mind. Ooh.
Oh, I honestly, I think that's very cool because you see a lot of stories where we get freaked out about like places that are unfamiliar or no nowhere. I mean, this is where you get like Children of the Corn going on,
Mhm.
and just you're never sure what it is, but there's just something unsettling, like the back of your brain that sends off warning signals, like no, we shouldn't be here, but you can't really pin down why.
I think because it's so normal. I mean, it's a cornfield.
Hmm.
Like it's a corn. Like there's nothing around. There's just corn. Like that's the most innocent
Hmm.
thing. Like I don't get creeped out walking on New York City streets where people shoot each other.
Hmm.
That doesn't bother me. But being in the middle of nowhere surrounded by corn, that's
Yeah.
creepy, Like and I don't know if, I- and I think it's creepy to us because we were raised almost conditioned to make it creepy because
Hmm.
of horror stories and movies and whatnot. So that plays a part in it. But why cornfields to begin with? Because they just look completely harmless because it's just corn. There's no one around. So
Yeah.
it's not like there's a mugger with a gun um right around the corner. But then there is. That's the problem. Then the killer comes out of nowhere, out of the innocent corn, and you're dead. And it's just creep,
Well,
or you're knocked out and they take you back to wherever they're hiding out and they string you up and skin you alive you
well,
know
I think it's because also like it's so quiet. Like, okay, if you're in the city, and you're surrounded by people, you know what to expect. You're walking around the city, there's people and everything. But when you're in the middle of like, okay, so for me personally, what would freak me out more is not so much the corn, but actually if it's like a flat lands, because I feel very comfortable around mountains. So every time when we drive through somewhere, it's like flat, nothing, maybe houses and some trees. That just freaks me out for some reason. I'm like, I'm not protected. There's no cover. There's nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe with the cornfields, it's the idea of like you're by yourself, you're quiet, there's no noise, it's just you, yourself, and it's like you're waiting for something to happen. Something has to happen.
Right. I love it. It freaks me out, but I love it. I love it. I love being freaked out, though. It's fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's totally fun. I live for it. And I mean, you obviously like being freaked out, or else you would never do paranormal investigations. Because I don't care how experienced you are, you still get scared.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, jump scares and whatnot.
What actually ends up scaring me, like, most of the time, if I am freaking out about a place, it's more I'm not familiar with the layout, because like I'm a klutz. Like I will run into a wall or something, especially if I don't have a flashlight, or I will trip over something. I will do myself damage.
Yeah.
So I'm usually more worried about like, I don't know where I am. I'm not familiar with this area. That's what would freak me out more than... Well, the ghost probably would, like, I've only had a few times where I think I've seen a full body apparition, but what I find more interesting is one of those, like, in the moment I saw something, then afterwards I'm like, that might have been something. I don't know what, but that might have been something.
Yeah. But yeah,
so that's the stuff usually kind of freaks me out. It's more like I'm wandering around in the basement in the dark with a flashlight. I hope I don't like break my neck.
Oh, that's funny. I love it. I love, well, you see on shows sometimes it's like, oh yeah, we can't actually see anything. Like we can totally fall. And yeah, I mean, that's just common sense. That's obvious. You're walking in the dark. But it's funny because I'm thinking like, you hear noise and you can't help but jump and your heart's pounding, and and some noises can be really creepy where now you're really freaking out. Not Eilfie, she's just worried about walking into the wall. Like, a demon can be like, I'm coming for you. You're like, I just don't want to walk into a wall. Tear me apart. I just don't want to walk into a wall.
Oh, I mean, and like, when people watch shows and such, they'll see the night vision and they'll see they can see everything.
Yeah.
Like they can see where we're going in. But if you're like in the moment, like when we're filming with the night vision camera, like I can't see anything. Yeah. Sometimes I couldn't even see like the hand in front of my face. And you also want like using a flashlight, you want to be careful not to like burn the camera or anything because of the night vision and whatnot. But even then, that's like barely can see anything in front of you with the flashlight and whatnot. Yeah. That's the stuff that really freaked me out because like, I don't know where I'm going. Because we would maybe walk through during the daytime and get like a quick view, like here, this is where we're going to be. And it's like, yeah, like I was supposed to remember all that. And of course I get either thrown in the basement or out in the woods.
Yeah, it's weird because you watch all of these paranormal investigation shows, and of course it's all done, with the night vision, so we can actually see what's going on. Otherwise, that would be a really boring show. If, for an hour, my television was. I think it's got to be like for someone who's never done a paranormal investigation. I think it must give a really false impression of what it's like to do a paranormal investigation.
Yeah.
Because you can't help but think that you're walking around in black and green or gray and black vision, which obviously you're not.
Maybe if I had the goggles, I had like night vision goggles, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. And that's one thing, like, why don't paranormal investigators actually wear night vision goggles?
I'm not sure. I would definitely be down for that. Like just to have night vision goggles on hand. That would be so cool. Um well, actually for me, what I think people get the wrong idea when it comes to watching the paranormal shows is they're looking usually at like, okay, if it's an hour long, it's about 40 minutes.
Mhm.
In reality, 4 minute show, or if it's a half hour show, it's usually about 20 minutes because you have to factor in commercials and whatnot.
Yeah.
But they're seeing like 40 minutes or 20 minutes of a cut from several hours of filming of an investigation. And there's so much time in that investigation where there's like nothing happening.
Yeah,
Like we're
yeah.
walking around, we're checking out spaces. We're like, did you hear something? We go check it out. We're sitting down doing EVP session. But when they see the edited down version, it looks like stuff is immediately happening one after the other. And it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
not really.
And I mean, there's even some shows that, pack in
Mm,
3 days of investigation into an hour show, which turns out to be 40 minutes of actual
yeah.
time. So yeah, I I don't want to say it gives a false impression, like saying that as a negative. Just you have to like you do sometimes have to stop and think and be like, okay, the screen gave the time when they started 8 p.m. Now 40 minutes later, the screen gave the time. It's now 4 a.m. Like you gotta, to really kind of grasp what your experience was like through that investigation. You have to take that not just as information on the screen, but actually process that information and say, oh, okay, they were at it for 8 hours,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
or 3 days. And, and realize that, it's not a 40-minute session.
Oh, yeah. And the thing is too, it's um like I said, like usually we did like 3 days of filming where it'd be like we would have the research, we'd get location, we did research, we'd do like a walkthrough, and then if I remember correctly, we would do one night, and then we would do more research, and then we'd do another night, and between that we'd be doing interviews. So you had to splice all that together and everything, and then you wouldn't even get into like pre-production stuff where we'd be doing even more interviews and researching before getting on location and whatnot. So there's like a lot of moving pieces.
Yeah.
But then people get to see that finished result. And I think this is where people I think it used to be people thought more of it as like, well, this must like stuff must happen really fast because this. I think now that we have so many paranormal shows and people are much more familiar with how it goes, that they realize it is not this fast acting and not this quick thing, and that actually you're going to be at location probably for 6 hours and you're going to be exhausted
and cold and tired and hungry and walking into walls.
Oh yeah.
One thing that I think is great about these shows is they put all of that, like you just described, this 3 or 4 days of research and walk through an investigation and research and investigation. The shows put it together in a really nice package, so you can get, the important points and the experience. And I think the shows do that well, and I think it does a good service to the. I may be wrong because I mean I'm not in the paranormal community really, so I may be way off base here, but I would think it does the paranormal community kind of well to see that packaged so nicely, to kind of, okay, this is what we do.
Yeah.
Like, look at all this research. Look at, we having to do the walkthrough and the research, and now we're going to do investigation. Like, we don't just walk into a building, knock on the door in the middle of the night, be like, hey, don't mind my equipment. Like, there's so much,
There's
that,
so much more to it.
yeah.
And I think that was actually one of the things I had to learn for myself real quick, because I did a lot of research, and I would have like a binder full of stuff, and you would often see like more like 20-30 seconds of usually a clip of me walking into a historical society or a library and flipping through some pages and showing like the highlights of what we found. And at first I was like, but there's so much more that I did this, but I had to kind of learn that yes, there's all this research that does help with the case, but we don't have a 3 hours for the show. We only have this amount of time, and they have to convey quickly, yes, you did research, this is where your research came from, and now we're moving on to why we think it is this theory for the case.
Yeah.
It was just kind of like an easy way to translate it.
Yeah, and Paranormal State too, on top of just the fact that, regardless of how many days and how many hours of research and walkthroughs, also too, Paranormal State was only half an hour. Like, each episode was only half an hour. They weren't even like an hour long. So that's, you just gotta condense just like that much more, so.
Oh yeah, we had to cram a lot into 20 minutes essentially.
So I talked to, when I had Michelle Belanger on my podcast, they talked about how they got involved with the show. But like, how did the show happen? Because, okay, like, you guys didn't get together one day and be like, we're going to put together a paranormal investigation show. Like, you were students that fell into a show. You know what I mean? Like this wasn't,
well,
like, you guys didn't put together a show, be like, oh, you know what would be fun? Like, you were all sitting around drinking, be like, oh, you know what would be fun? Let's do a paranormal investigation show. Like, you were students doing investigations.
Yeah, the PRS, Paranormal Society, was already around for a few years. We had the conference, the Unifcon, and everything. What I believe, if I remember correctly, what kind of got it going was we were in the press a few times because we worked on a couple cases. One of them was the missing person, the Cindy Song case in 2002, 2003, 2002, I think is when she went missing. She went missing on Halloween 2002.
Okay.
And if I remember correctly, because I was not involved very much in this part of it, but we were in the newspaper dealing with it because we had gotten, I believe, a psychic connected up with the police who were investigating that case and everything, and they were working. So there was that. There was also a case in Pittsburgh where we work on that got press as well. And we were at that point starting to kind of put together a kind of a some footage of, like, because some people were like showing interest, like, hey, this would be interesting. College students investigating the paranormal and all that and whatnot. And so it was one of those, it was definitely a process, but I don't remember, it wasn't like, yeah, let's do a show. It was more like, hey, there's some press, hey, this looks interesting, because like Buell was in writing, journalism, film as well, so he was aware of filming and everything, so it kind of went from there. If I remember correctly, it was a long time ago.
yeah, it really was. I have a skewed memory of timelines, because, and Michelle corrected me, because I thought Paranormal State predated Ghost Hunters. Ghost Hunters, yeah. And Michelle was saying, like, no, Ghost Hunters aired before Paranormal State. But see, I was still living in Canada when the show aired, and technically my first paranormal show was Dana Newkirk's show. There was a channel up here in Canada called Space TV.
Okay.
And it only lasted one season.
Wait, was that the girly ghost hunters?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually I think I found that recently on Amazon Prime and everything. I'm like, wait, what is this?
Yeah. So technically that was my first paranormal investigation show. But I in my head, I thought it was Paranormal State. But I mean, it also too, I mean, I have such nostalgia for Paranormal State. Whenever it's on like reruns, I always watch it. But I think because too, like, I could certainly identify more with the group in Paranormal State than I can with a bunch of, dude bros. you know?
Yeah. Well, what's interesting? So Ghost Hunters. I can't remember what I referred to what Colin was, but Ghost Hunters was one of our tentpole speakers. Like they had, I want to say they had just.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for listening to the Lux Files. I'm not just the host of this podcast, I'm also the owner of Lelo Gonzalez. I make beeswax and scented spell candles, loose stick and liquid incense, anointing oils, and bath salts. So once you're done listening to this episode, why don't you head on over to my website at www.lelogonzalez.com and check out my products. For your convenience, the link to the website is also in the show notes.
Premiered, like they were at least in season 1, not if not going into season 2. So they were the tentpole speakers of our conference and everything, and they were like really big at that point.
Yeah.
And so Jason Haas came and a few others, and we were like close behind because it was like Ghost Hunters came out, I think. Ghost Adventures came out soon after, and it was all basically one after the other. And I think us and Ghost Adventures were like kind of neck and neck on. I can't remember who came out first. I want to say Ghost Adventures came out before we did.
See, I'm not sure because I don't know what channel Ghost Adventures launched on. It just, I know it wasn't available. Like, it wasn't a channel. So like we get some American channels, but not like all American channels.
I'm trying to remember if they've always been on Travel Channel or were they on different.
Well, I know. See, I can't remember, and I know Travel Channel like had, throughout the years, had like name changes.
Yeah.
And so I didn't discover Ghost Adventures because we don't have a Travel Channel up here in Canada. Like Discovery, they don't. I'm I don't know exactly how it works, but like Discovery, their shows up here are all on different networks. So we can't get Discovery Plus because Discovery Plus doesn't own those shows in Canada because they're already selling them to other channels.
Yeah.
So I didn't know anything about Ghost Adventures until I moved to Texas. And I mean, like, well, you want to talk about dude bros. I mean,
it's very interesting seeing him from season 1 compared to now, like season, I don't know, 26 at this point. It's like it's very different.
Yeah. I hate watch it sometimes. If there's nothing else on, I'll hate watch it. But yeah, it's but no, so I think the reason why I thought Paranormal State predated Ghost Hunters was just because like I obviously identified more with a group of weirdos because like you look at your group, you look at like Ghost Hunters, and Ghost Hunters, they're just a bunch of normal guys, and then there's you. And
I think the other difference was too is like with Ghost Hunters, it was definitely much more on this like explaining what it might actually be, and more kind of like the more skeptical side, and trying to really dissect the evidence. Whereas with Paranormal State, it wasn't like, we definitely did try to dissect evidence and try to prove whether or not, but it wasn't seen as much, and it was more of the, I guess, spiritual believe in the paranormal side compared to what Ghost Hunters was. Like, it was definitely kind of night and day between the two shows.
Yeah, and and that at that point, I mean, I'm fully immersed in magic, because at the age of 14, that's when I first discovered witchcraft. So, I mean, at that point, because I would have been in my early 20s. Wait, Paranormal State launched in 2005. Five was
5 or 6.
Oh, right. It was like, yeah, that's right. So I would have been, I would have been in my mid-20s then. Yeah.
But I can see, because that's around the ages we were all about early 20s to mid-20s at that point too.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm fully immersed in like my magical life, and I'm a weirdo. You guys are all weirdos, and you're more like, like the less about, let's check for raccoons, and more about, like the spiritual, belief in the paranormal. So I think I just connected with you guys more.
Oh yeah, we had more psychics, and we had psychic walkthroughs. We had more like banishings and exorcisms and magical practices, compared to, like, I know with Ghost Hunters, I remember one of the early members was pagan, and she actually came to UConn. I remember her doing a talk about utilizing her magical tools in investigating everything. It was really cool. Like, I loved seeing, like, she had this cool box of like candles and athame and herbs and everything that she would use in investigation, but you didn't really see as much on the show, if I remember correctly.
Right. Yeah.
So, but then
definitely not.
Yeah.
So, but what was that like? Because again, you guys were just regular kids. You go to school, you're a student, you join this paranormal, group, and then, it's like, hey, let's put you on television. Like, what was that like? Were you guys like all like, oh yeah, we're all in? Or was it like, I'm not sure about this? Or
well,
what was that like?
It was interesting. Okay, technically speaking, I was not a student. I just took advantage of the library and the campus.
Okay.
Well, okay, so I think if I remember correctly, it was like, you don't think about it now because there's so many paranormal shows out there, but this was kind of breaking new ground in a sense, because reality shows were still kind of new-ish to TV. I mean, I remember watching Survivor, and there was Real World on MTV, and Road Rules and everything. So that was really all you kind of had to go on, like, because we weren't sure, like, okay, we know they want to film us investigating, but then how much of our like private lives do they want? Because I'm very honestly a very private person to begin with. Like, I'm pretty try to keep that separate. So it was more like, wait, where are they going to film? Like, I don't want them getting anywhere near. Like,
right.
They're not going to film my house. They're not going, and they're like, don't worry, we're not going to do any of that. I'm like, but all we had to go on was like, well, I remember Road Rules and Real World and Survivor and these early paranormal shows, not paranormal, early reality shows, and it was all about getting up in people's business.
It's completely invasive.
Yeah, I'm like, wait, how invasive are we going to get here?
Yeah.
And if you look at the early seasons, in some ways you can kind of see that, because they were trying to go off the idea of like, oh, there's these these people who are like in their 20s and like they were trying to go like, oh, the college life stuff. I mean, if you look at some of the early episodes, I probably still remember, it was very kind of cheesy where they were trying to incorporate that, but it wasn't really working because we were like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll happily film investigations, but yeah, because I remember a couple of episodes where they tried to do some filming on campus and everything. They got a little bit of that, but eventually that they moved away from that and everything. So you'll see later on, we'll do briefings at a diner or at like some open space, but you don't really see much of campus anymore or really anything dealing with our, like, what do you do when you're not investigating?
Yeah. So it really was focused on the investigation and not you guys as individual people with their lives and whatnot. Michelle said that she kind of, and I can see this in a way, she said that they kind of almost created you guys as a group like Buffy.
I remember that show. Yeah.
You know? And you can kind of see it. And I mean, it's hard to think of now a world without reality shows, but it wasn't really until the writers' strike. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah.
Where all of, where reality television really exploded because you need writers for reality television, even though there's nothing real about it. But yeah, back then, I mean, this was all so very new.
It was so new and
TV, and I can see where the producers would think they needed some sort of hook, like, oh, college life by day, paranormal investigators by night, or let's kind of create like a Buffy type of idea theme to the group. Like you can see that because you can see where the producers are like, well, we need some sort of hook.
Well, that, and also I wouldn't be surprised if they were hoping like maybe drama or just like, but I think the problem was for them, it's like we had been investigating for years. We already knew how to work together. We already knew what each other's strengths and weaknesses. So not much in the way of drama, really.
Yeah. Were you in the group like from the beginning?
Yeah, I was in the NPRs pretty early in the beginning of the group inception and everything. Like I was actually originally part of like I think a pagan campus group, and then I remember a member coming into our meeting saying, "Hey, we have a meeting coming up. Either it was that night or next night at this time in this room, blah blah blah." And I like grabbed the flyer and like, okay, I just went and just that was that.
That's cool. Yeah,
because there was okay, like today you can find paranormal groups all over the place. You can go online, find paranormal groups. You can usually find them in your area and go to them. But back then they were much further, like there was not as many, or at least it wasn't as well networked or connected. Like you would have to sometimes drive pretty far to get to a major town before maybe you would find a paranormal group that might last for like 6 months before it dispersed.
Right. Yeah, no, it's completely different. I mean, and again, that's not a surprise. You see the popularity of the shows, so of course you see
there's so many
explosion
now
in the amount of paranormal. Someone, I don't know if it was someone I follow or if it's someone I follow, I can't remember, on Twitter, and they tweeted a photo. Their local library, you can sign out a paranormal investigation kit.
Oh my god, I would be so down for that.
It's so cool. I first of all, I've always loved public libraries, and I'll die for public libraries. Public libraries are getting so innovative and so, this is a good example. You know, this one library where you can sign out a paranormal investigation equipment, but the kinds of things that you can access
Mm-hmm.
libraries nowadays, from like home appliances to you name it, like it's only limited by the library's creativity and their
Oh
research.
yeah.
But why not, with the popularity of ghost hunting, why not have at your local public library
Mm.
a paranormal uh investigation kit with all of the gadgets, the meters, everything that you can sign out and do a parent. Why not?
Honestly, I think that is a great idea because most of the time when I hear people asking about wanting to get started in uh mainly like ghost hunting and such, and they're not, they see all the various electronics, the ghost box and the K2 meters and everything, and they see all these expensive tools they're not sure, and video recorders and audio recorders and everything, they're not sure what to go with. They see a whole bunch of stuff that people use and they'll show off in their investigations, and most of the time I tell them like, okay, you just need like a digital audio recorder, a camera, either your phone camera or like a digital camera, notepad and pen, and you're in a flashlight and you're good to go, really.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
that's your very basic beginners. But I like the idea that with a library allowing you to rent out like a K2 meter, millimeter, probably a video camera, audio recorders, like it in some ways it's great because then it allows people to try out this stuff.
Yeah.
Am I actually interested in doing this, or is this just kind of like a weekend fad or something I might want to do every once in a while? I mean, I even heard of places that do ghost hunts. They now allow people to rent out equipment there so that they can try this
Mhm.
stuff without having to do the upfront investment in it, whether and like figure out, do I actually want to do
Yeah.
this?
Because I mean, the cost can certainly add up.
Oh god, yeah.
I uh, in 2000, when did the pandemic hit? Was it 2020?
It feels like it's already been like 10 years and everything.
Yeah, for some reason I always think, yeah, 2019, like beginning of 2019, not the end of 2019. So um that winter, 2020, I'm like, you know what I'm gonna do? Because I perform as a drag queen. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a couple of the girls, we're gonna get up and drag, and we're gonna start doing ghost hunts.
Oh,
And
cool.
we'll film it and we'll
Yeah.
just put it up on YouTube.
Hmm.
And we'll give it a really, kitschy, creative name, and put it up on YouTube, and it'll be great for a laugh. And then COVID hit, so of course that
Hmm.
happened. But also too, I mean, drag takes a lot of work. I mean,
Oh, I can,
it takes a lot of work. And I'm like,
especially being full drag and walking around a haunted place.
yeah, I'm like, do I want to go through that effort? Like I don't mind being in corsets and whatnot. Like
Mhm.
I like being constricted in a corset, actually. I find it very comfortable.
Oh yeah.
But it's just like, do I really want to spend 2 hours doing my makeup and half an hour just getting dressed? Um,
Hmm.
just to go somewhere and be cold for 6 or 8 hours, Uh,
Uh,
I don't know. I don't
I
know.
I I would honestly watch that because I would think that would be so cool to watch, just like something to enjoy entertainment wise, and also I would be so worried about the 6-inch heels.
Well, no, I mean, realistically, like I mean, I would never wear flats. I mean, like that.
You'd be like in the more toned down drag and everything.
Yeah. I mean, I would get, boots that were a little bit more sensible. Um, like a 4-inch heel.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, that would look so cool.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do it in my stilettos because that just wouldn't make well,
Well,
actually,
you do the intro in stilettos. Like you
yeah,
you you do the intro and totally glam
yeah,
up, and then the actual investigation, you're like a little toned down. Like now we're in the I don't care if I mess this up because we're not going to ruin our dress.
yeah. Because I mean, I could see that there'd be running involved, and which, it's easy enough to run in stilettos, but in the dark while you're
Nah.
scared, I don't know. So no, I did actually consider. I'm like, okay, well, that would be a snag, but I'm like, no, I can wear like a 4-inch heel,
Mhm.
because basically at that point you're wearing slippers. So
Well, there's some really nice boots too with a little bit of heel and everything. It's like nice and like balanced and whatnot.
yeah. So I don't know. That may still happen. I don't know. I mean,
I'd be down for that. That'd be
yeah,
awesome.
and who knows? Who knows? I mean, we kind of gotta nip this freaking pandemic in the bud first. Um,
Well, I think that's honestly to me with the shows and everything, especially like actually what I find really interesting is watching the paranormal shows on YouTube, like the groups that put up their own footage because sometimes they'll edit down to like an hour or so, and sometimes they'll be like, here's the entire investigation, here's all 3 hours of it.
hmm,
And what I enjoy about those is I think it also kind of shows like there's a difference between ghost hunt shows where just watch it for the entertainment. Like you're going to enjoy the history of the place, you're going to enjoy the story of the investigation, but don't go in there expecting any real like scientific discoveries, more like cool evidence, EVPs, and just enjoying the people who are doing the investigation. And then there are the ones where this is like, here's our entire investigation, look it over, do you find anything?
hmm.
And those are like, I think that's where people are realizing there's a difference between the two, where there's the entertainment ones and then there's the here, check out our evidence, did we miss anything?
And I mean, there's a place for both.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't go into an investigation um, in the same way that I approach my magic. I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. I'm not trying to claim, you know, scientific evidence. Because when you, as a magician or a paranormal investigator, start making claims about scientific evidence, I don't think you really understand what scientific evidence is and the whole process around that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, did you do it 1,000 times? The same,
Can you prove it over and
yeah,
over again, no matter
the
what?
same experiment in the same spot? You know what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
when at the end of certain dude bro shows, uh and we got scientific evidence. Like, I don't like,
Yeah, no.
if I'm multiplying 43 by 118 and I use a calculator, just because a calculator has batteries doesn't mean I'm doing science.
Mm-hmm.
Just means I'm using an implement that has batteries. So just because you were holding something that has batteries in it doesn't make what you're doing science.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And that's what I find interesting because like I on podcast with Crystal who does Ghost Girl Diaries and everything.
Mhm.
And we've even talked about this where people are still freaked out about Ouija boards and spirit boards, and there's the comparison like what's the difference between a Ouija board and spirit board to the ghost box or even a K2 mirror? You're still communicating
Yeah,
with something. It's the only difference is one has a battery and one does not, and
yeah.
because this thing's electronic, people think it's safer or won't open, I don't know, whatever they think it's going to cause, whereas
They
they're
don't
like,
have,
oh my goodness.
yeah, they don't have the superstitions attached to them like
Yeah, it doesn't have the
tarot
history, it
cards
doesn't
do,
have the
but
Hollywood
Ouija boards do.
superstitions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember the haunted Salem live show
Mhm.
that they all did on Travel Channel. This was back Halloween of 2019.
Yeah.
And I was watching it uh Facebook Live.
Mhm.
And so you have all the comments, and at its peak there was like 11,000 people watching it on Facebook. So catching some of the comments, and the Ghost Brothers did a Ouija board session in a room in one of the buildings, and
Yeah.
they put the Ouija board down on a chair, and they left the room and like, oh, we're gonna go here and do whatever. And people in the comments, oh, they didn't close the sessions. They didn't close the session. And just freaking out about not closing the Ouija board, not closing the Ouija board. You never say that about closing the K2 meter or the ghost box. You know what I mean? It's just a superstition. If a Ouija board opens up a doorway, it opens up a doorway only because it's a method of communication. It's not like the Ouija board possesses an innate power that opens up doorways.
Yeah.
So if it's opening up doorways because you're using it as a method of communication, then a K2 meter, then a Ovilus ghost box, then all those are opening up doors as well. And they
you're making a link or a connection.
And they have to be shut down or whatever, just like a Ouija board session is supposed to be. I just found it really amusing because it's I just found it amusing. What I also found amusing what
Well, I think most of the time people are so front loaded, like they already expect something evil to happen.
Yeah.
They've done the sleepovers or they've watched the movies. They're like, and then the Ouija board like spells out Satan. They're like, oh my goodness. It's like, I don't think Satan's bothering you. Maybe someone's just messing with you.
So I'm watching Haunted Salem live. This makes me, I think about this way too much in my life, just because I just found it so funny. I'm watching Haunted Salem live, and like I said, at the peak there was like 11,000 people watching it on Facebook, and like half of those people, they were just there just to have a good time. They're fans of the shows, they want to see something, they want to hear something, they're just having a good time. I mean, it's Halloween, all of the investigators of all of our favorite shows are all together. This is just great. Well, then there's the other half. There's the other 5,500 people. And out of that 5,500 people, half of them were either Sarah Good, either a descendant of Sarah Good or the reincarnation of Sarah Good.
Oh my goodness.
And the other half were all like, listening to the way they were criticizing the investigators and what they're doing wrong and how they know better. They were all either like master adepts and witches. It was so I at one point I had to literally like consciously say, like, Sean, start looking at the cameras, because it was a lot more entertaining reading all of these comments, because everybody, like, I swear, at like half of that 5,500 group were all reincarnated Sarah Goods or Goody. I don't know what her last name is. And then the others, and they're like, oh, Travel Channel, give me a show. I can do this better. I know how to use the Ouija board. But and it's like, oh, okay, Witch Queen. I mean, like, aren't you too busy running your 100 covens? You know, like,
they're all descendants. They all already know how to do it right. And it's just, those are usually more amusing to watch, because it's one of those, like, it is literally a Halloween special. It is not that deep.
It was just so funny. It was just so much more entertaining in a certain regards than actually watching the show. Because I mean, you know, this is a actual live investigation, so it's a lot slower moving and it's a lot quieter than a television show that has 3 days worth of recording, you know, into an hour. So there was some, you know, quiet moments where, like, just these comments were just so much more entertaining than anything that was going on camera. It was so fun. It was just, I just couldn't with them.
I remember, like, Ghost Hunters done it. I think Ghost Hunters did a couple of live ghost hunts and everything, and those, I always found those interesting, because it's like, yes, you now get to see how much dead air spaces in between when we're just sitting in a room waiting for something to happen or asking questions and nothing's going on. They're like, why is nothing going on? Because this is an investigation. We're monitoring things.
Yeah,
that's what happens.
yeah, for sure. Do you have like the most scariest moment in through an investigation where you're like that it scared me then and it scares me now thinking about it? And I don't mean like it's necessarily from the show. I just mean just your experience.
I'm sorry, I'm like blanking out. Like, actually, was it West Virginia, Western State Penitentiary? Yeah, I think it was West Virginia State Penitentiary. We'd actually gone there, I think, twice. We'd gone there once for to do an episode, and then we went there a second time to do an event there. I remember that. And when we did the episode, there is on, I want to say the third level is the hospital level. It's either the second level or third level is the hospital wing of the prison, essentially. It was interesting because like we got to walk around the prison cells themselves, and they were tiny. Like, have you ever been there before?
No.
Okay, so
but I mean, I've literally seen it on every single paranormal show that's ever been on television because I think everyone's been there.
The cameras don't really show. Okay, so it is. I don't know how people could fit in those because like when we did the event there, I actually did tarot readings in one of the cells. Like they set me up inside the cell and I had like my little table and my tarot reading, and like I'm squished in there, and like I don't know how someone like could handle this. Like I felt confined, and all was just me, a chair, and a table, and that was it.
Yeah.
And I was already feeling confined. But when we investigated for the show and everything, I just remember when we went up to the hospital wing and whatnot, and even going up there for the event, it was, I have this, I don't know, like we've investigated this place and there was another hospital and we investigated where it's this, I have this fascination with hospitals and asylums and just those buildings and the history of it. And they always have, I have always such a weird like fascination yet fear at the same time. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah.
Where it's like I really want to check them out, but at the same time when I'm actually in there, I'm like a little freaked out too. Yeah. And going down that hall, and there'd be like there's like doors on every side, and these were doors would have windows and everything because I believe these were like the rooms where the patients would be kept and whatnot. It was the scariest thing for me just because we were in dark, pitch dark, and with just the flashlights and walking down the hall, and I kept having the feeling of being watched. Like it wasn't even just like, oh, this is a spooky place. It was literally, okay, I think someone is just kind of hanging out and observing us. It was the weirdest feeling. But it wasn't like, I know people talk about like being watching like in negative sense, but it wasn't really negative. It was just more like, hey, what you're doing.
Right. Okay.
I'm like, I don't know if we should be here, but I'm going to keep going. And it's just like, I kept waiting to see a face out one of the little windows or something. It was that freaky for me. I would totally go back there, but I'm like, this was definitely up there on this is unnerving.
Okay. Yeah. I can definitely see that. I think that there's that creep factor and the unknown behind it that I can see that being more scary feeling than a bang, because at the end of the day in an abandoned building, a bang can be a piece of debris falling, but you can't fake that presence that's just staring at you, you know.
Yeah, it's like this, because it'd be like, if I remember, it would usually be me, one other person, and then you would have like a camera person and then audio person. So it wasn't like totally solo at times, but
Mhm.
it was like, okay, I can account for all these people, but I still feel like someone is like behind one of the doors, just kind of watching us, wondering what we're doing.
Yeah.
I always keep waiting for either seeing a face in the window or the doors to move or just something. And I'm like, okay,
You know, but
so.
it's interesting, and it's funny because you know, I've watched so many paranormal shows, and prisons, of course, are popular places
Mm,
to film. This thought never occurred to me until right as you were saying that. Like, you could imagine the spirit of a prisoner, of a former
mm,
prisoner, being like, why are you here? Like, why would you even willingly walk into this place? Like, this is a horrible
yeah.
prison. I died here. That was probably the best thing that happened to me in my experience here, because living here sucked. What are you doing here? You know, like, it's not, it doesn't have to be a malevolent, just
Mm.
because it's a, you know, a creepy feeling doesn't mean it's a
Well,
malevolent spirit. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
even like a friendly spirit can, you know, like, well, and of course you practice magic as well. So like when you're, you know, invoking spirits,
Mm.
helpful spirits, good spirits, there's still that not so much a creep factor, because you know what's coming, because you're invoking something specific,
Mm.
but there's still that feeling behind it, you know,
Yeah.
that's a little off, because it's, you know, it's a different energy than what we're used to dealing with. And yeah, so I mean, okay, sure, sure, it can feel creepy, but it can just be a, you know, a prisoner being like,
Mm.
what the fuck? Like, why would you walk in here willingly? You know, I mean, I'll chat with you, but why are you here?
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I think what most annoys me at times is when people investigate places like hospitals or prisons or former asylums or even poorhouses and whatnot, and they talk about people being touched or grabbed or scratched or seeing strange things, and they automatically associate, well, it must be a negative entity,
Yeah,
when it's like, you also have to take into account the people who were there. And we don't even know if we're dealing with intelligent hauntings, we could be dealing with residual hauntings
yeah,
and just the build up energy. But a lot of times these were people who, and the other thing is usually people go very negative, like, well, these people were like abused and harmed and it was bad. And it's like, yes, there were bad times at these places, but it wasn't 24/7. And sometimes these people, this was their home, this is all they knew, doesn't make them a bad person.
yeah.
And when we focus more on the negative aspects of it, and it's like, I'm not sure, like, if you were talking to someone directly and it's like, hey, tell me all the bad things that happened to you, yeah, they would totally want to open up about that.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna pause for a second,
Mhm.
and we're back. So I guess there's got to be, you know, plenty of factors that go into that mentality. Like, I know fear cells, you know, just like sex
Mhm.
cells, fear cells, we all
Oh
like
yeah.
being afraid. I mean, it's good marketing, whether it's for a show, because those are good sound bites, or for a
Mhm.
group that does, you know, paranormal investigation tours. But there's also, you know, that's got to be one factor. But if you have sort of like a narrow scope of, you know, the spirit world, like say from a Christian background
Mhm.
where there's, you know, angels and devils, and that's pretty much it. If you have no concept of, you know, different land spirits and whatnot, and then if you just don't have real, I mean, it's weird to say, like, someone that's been, you know, ghost hunting for 20 years, to say, like, if you don't have a lot of experience working with spirits. But the way, like, you know, you and I and other magical practitioners work with spirits. And like I was saying earlier, when you're invoking something benevolent, there's still that energy that can be kind of overwhelming and a little unsettling. So if you don't have that in your background, it's I guess it's easy enough to say like every touch and every moan is something evil, something scary, something out to get you. And then again, like if you think that this ghost is a prisoner, or this ghost is one of the patients from this, mental institution, well, they can't be good people. And I think that's just a very narrow way of looking at things.
Oh yeah. And that's one of the things I found interesting. It's like, because like you said, when you invoke something, it's like you definitely feel the presence, the air changes and everything. So like when you have that feeling in a location, it's like, okay, something's possibly here, don't know what. And one of the things I think most of the time people, like, even whether or not you believe there's actual ghosts or energy or whatever, like half the time I swear most people doing ghost hunts or investigations, first thing I think they should at least learn is some way to shield, or at least to how to kind of like get that extra energy off, because it's like people are like, oh my god, things follow me home, and all this stuff happens when I get home. It's like, well, did you just kind of like do some sort of cleansing or banishing or clearing, or did you put shielding? And they're like, what's shielding? I'm like, okay, we're going to learn first shielding.
Yeah.
And that was even something I had to learn, because honestly, growing up, I feel like when I was younger, I definitely had more experiences. As I got older, I feel like I naturally shielded more, because it was just kind of like, well, it's probably not good in school to see something, and then you point it out to the teacher and they're like, what are you talking about? So you just kind of cut that part off. And I had to kind of work at not totally bringing down shields, but to kind of like lessen them, so it's not quite like a lead wall, because that was always the running joke. It's like, well, I don't really experience things, the ghosts kind of hit a brick wall when they come to me.
Right.
So
yeah
it was something I had to work at to actually start experiencing things, or starting to really pick up things, because most of the time I felt like, well, am I picking up things, or am I just agitated because I've had too much coffee tonight because I'm trying to stay awake?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And it's one of those, like, it's not even a religious thing or spiritual thing. It's one of those, I think with Michelle, it's been really good where they explain it as an energetic thing. And since in the paranormal field, people know about energy and moving of energy and residual haunting. So when you can just break it down to simply energy, and you're shielding yourself from this energy from attaching or excess energy, because when we're investigating, you are giving and taking energy, and you want to get rid of that excess afterwards too. People don't really know that. I mean, that's probably why half time people feel so either drained after investigation, other than the fact it's been like 6 hours.
Right. Yeah.
Or buzzed. Because it's like, well, you just had an energy exchange with a location. You might want to like just drain that out a little bit, just like ground it out, and it would be good.
I always try to think of, working with magic, spirits, whatever. Try to think of, mundane world examples to really simplify what I'm talking about, especially to people that don't that aren't really conversant in the paranormal or the occult or whatnot. And the idea, especially like people that, oh, there's a group in town that they do paranormal investigation tours. That sounds like fun. I'm gonna go with my friends. Well, these are just normal people. They're not going to know about shielding and banishing and cleansing and stuff. And if that kind of talk sounds weird, well, if you roll around in mud, you don't get to just stand up and the mud falls off you. You take that home. Like, if you don't wash the mud off you before going home, you're taking the mud home with you. It's the same thing. If you're rolling around in these energies, you know, you can certainly take some home with you, and it doesn't mean it's a demon that went home with you. It's just energy, you know.
Well, I'm already have my home pretty well shielded and everything, so naturally shielded from anything coming in, because like when doing rituals and doing magic, you just you want to be aware of what's coming in, what's going out, and everything. And so when I would do investigations and coming home, I would have weird dreams here or there, but I never really had full-on experience where people were like, oh my goodness, I went home and things started flying off my shelves. I didn't really have that. And the other thing I noticed too is, since I already was working with magic and knew about that, I already knew how to ground out. And honestly, most of the time for me, grounding out was, well, we were running around old places and I would take a shower just because it'd be like covered in dust and dirt and who knows what else. And you just naturally ground out through the shower. And so whatever might have been clinging on just kind of like whoosh is good. But I never really consciously thought of that. It was just more like, well, I have the shield up, and then you just take a shower and like, oh, look, we just get rid of that muck.
Yeah. But for people like us that practice magic, it should be, you know, after a certain point, it should be something that isn't necessarily consciously done.
Yeah.
Because it's a normal part of our experience where you can do that subconsciously, and it doesn't have to be done in, you know, in a full-blown sort of ritual format.
Oh yeah.
You know,
I mean,
as much as I love my, you know, the pomp and circumstance of very formal ritual, that's fine when you're doing that, you know, in your ritual space, but magic also needs to be practical. And you know, if magic didn't have any practical applications, I don't know how useful magic would be at the end of the day. So you have, you know, with experience, you know, you should get to that point where, you know, you start to naturally ground and shield, etc., etc., etc. But I mean, that's us. Like, that's what we do. Like, that's our world. You know, I'm sure there's plenty of paranormal investigators out there that have no, you know, they don't see any connection with the occult. And then, you know, just the people doing it just for a night's entertainment, you know, joining a tour with a paranormal, you know, investigating team. They're not necessarily gonna, you know, have that body of knowledge.
Oh yeah. And I know for myself, it was one of those things when I'd be talking to someone and they would ask about, well, how have you ever had something follow you home, or what do you do after investigation? I actually had to like sit and think about, like, how do I go through the process? Because like you said, it becomes so natural. There is almost a cool down after investigation. And I don't think people really think about that it's like there should be a cool down, because honestly, if you do investigation one after the other, you kind of burn yourself out if you don't have any cool down in between, or if you don't have that grounding time. And it doesn't even have to be anything major ritual. It could be just sitting down with a cup of tea and just decompressing for a moment. That could be your grounding out.
What was the time interval between the all of, like, your time on Paranormal State, all of the episodes, all of those investigations, what was the filming time for each season?
Trying to remember because it was pretty tight. Because I want to say we would film like winter to spring. We would have some downtime during the summer, and then we would jump back into the fall. And the thing would be, we would have pretty tight filming times where basically one weekend after another, we would be off somewhere filming.
Okay.
And so if we were back home at our office, it was like if we weren't filming, we were preparing to film.
Right.
Or we were researching for the next like 2 episodes. So it was like constant, like if we weren't filming here, we were preparing for the film, or we were going to location to then film, and so on and so forth. So there would be chunks of time where there would be downtime, but the actual filming process was pretty tight.
Right. So during the filming time for each season, so was it basically like a full-time job? Like, because you're still doing stuff in preparation for the next 3 days of filming. So it was
pretty much a full-time, like we were definitely a full-time job, where there was a time where I remember we would head out somewhere, we would film. Actually, what I always find funny is like I traveled a lot, but I saw mostly hotels and actual places, because like, oh, you were all over the place. Like, yes, I saw the location, I saw maybe a library, historical society, and I saw the hotel. That was about as much travel as seeing the sights as I got.
Yeah.
And there would be times where I felt like where we would film, maybe like film a couple places. If we were really tired, come home, I would basically unload my suitcase, throw in the wash, and then load it right back up. And just, I lived out that suitcase for a while.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I kind of thought that it would be all, packed into a condensed time there.
It is so cold sometimes.
Oh yeah, I bet. I look at some of these shows and I don't what show is it? Oh, Destination Fear. They're always in snow, and they're always bundled up in mitts and winter coats. I'm like, why? Like, why? I don't understand why you would do this throughout the winter and not like
it was so cool.
Summer or the fall or something. It doesn't.
Well, there would be times too where we'd be in location and we'd be in a house, but they didn't have any electricity or heat, so it would be even colder than was outside. And there were times like we would have a heater, and I swear there were moments where I'm like, I'm going to sit on this heater because I'm so freaking cold. I don't care.
I don't get it. I guess I don't know. Maybe television people don't like. Maybe they like their summers off. I don't know.
The only thing I can figure is just that's how the filming schedule for the year of a season, because most seasons I think would be released around spring or summer, so we had the film before then, and there was a tight turnaround between filming to editing to getting it ready and then releasing it and everything.
Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. It's weird. I don't understand all of these shows, doing all of their, all of their investigations in wintertime. That just doesn't make sense to me. Like, it can't be comfortable, like if you're so cold, especially like when my feet get cold. Once my feet are cold, I'm done, because I can't focus on it. I can't not ignore that. So
especially if you're sitting in one spot and you're supposed to be like asking questions, and I'm like, my teeth are chattering or something, like I can't focus at that point. I'm like, I'm too cold, I can't think straight.
Well, that's like, I couldn't focus on anything. I would wonder if I was missing a lot of visual or audible evidence, because all I'm thinking about is how cold and miserable I am.
Oh, I probably missed stuff just because I was focusing on like, okay, can we move around or do something, because I cannot stay in this one position forever.
Yeah.
And it was but it was still, at the same time, it was miserable moments, but it was still fun too, because I loved going to the location, especially if we got to go to historical locations and everything, and we would have just walking around them. It was just always fascinating. And yeah, but yeah, I would put on so many layers just to keep warm.
Right. And plus, you're with your friends. I mean, at the end of the
yeah.
day, you're also just, you know, hanging out with your friends, having adventures with your friends. And that's just, you know, fantastic.
Well, okay, so I'm glad, luckily, with the newer shows, they are showing it more now. But what I always found kind of annoying was the fact that they always wanted us very serious, like be serious. And yes, there are moments when you're talking to the clients and you're talking about stuff. Yes, there are serious moments, and everything. But when we were investigating, our normal selves would be cracking jokes, like not going like outrageous, but we would be a little more light or cracking. And they were like, "No, you gotta be serious again," because it was one of those like, why because most of the time, I swear, more evidence we got would be when we weren't actively looking, when we were just sitting around talking to each other in space. That's when stuff would actually happen, instead of when we were trying to focus on like get something to talk. It was when we were actually relaxed and just taking in the space, and just not even talking about the case. We'd be talking about like where we wanted to go for dinner, or what we wanted to do, or just like, how was your day? And that's when stuff would more likely happen, when we weren't even focusing on the environment, really.
Yeah. And I think that's where you can see the progression or the evolution of these shows. Because again, you were one of the first. And I think, you know, there was a very clear expectation, at least originally, of what the show should be like and what it should look like.
Yeah.
You know, when Michelle had mentioned the sort of like you know, trying to fit you guys into like Buffy the Vampire Slayer mode, you know, that group of weirdos, everyone, you know, everyone's
some pop culture reference.
Yeah, they have their different things. Watching the show after that, I was like, I can see what Michelle's saying, but it also made me focus more on everyone in the show, because I'm kind of looking for those references. And I find that the show kind of made you guys devoid of personalities. Like, it was so about the investigation that it was just quiet time, listening for evidence, reviewing, you know what I mean? Where now, you know, with a lot of the shows, a lot more of the investigators' personalities are included in it. And
if you look at, like, say, Ghost Hunters and everything, it was much more evidence driven, much more tech driven and everything, and trying to either debunk it or trying to recreate it and everything. And there was definitely more emphasis on the personalities of the investigators and the interactions with them, because I remember there was definitely much more focus on how they work together in finding this evidence. But with our show, it felt like, watching it, I think it was much more client driven, where it was more on how the client was dealing with the haunting, how they felt, and then what we could do to either find like an answer or give advice, because a lot of times it would end up being like, okay, this is what we found and this is how we think you can go about it. Now, what's always interesting is most of the time we'd give them advice on really this. We would either do a cleansing or bring a priest in or something that nature. But a lot of times we had to also talk to them to help them learn basically how to establish ground rules with whatever was in the house. And that was always something that they understood the idea of bringing a priest in or some spiritual person to take care of it. But when we're like, okay, we need you to set the ground rules, we need you to talk to it and to establish your boundaries, they're like, wait, I can talk to this thing? Or like, I'm like, yes, this is your place. We cannot be here 24/7. You need to set up the ground rules of whether or not it's allowed to stay, where it cannot go. And that just like apparently just blew people's minds.
Yeah. And that's interesting too, because you have these people living with whatever's going on in their homes, and they don't come from a paranormal occult background. They may have originally been skeptics, or just have never really given that much thought about ghosts and spirits and whatnot, but now they're experiencing it, but they still can't. And this is understandable. They still can't get to that point on their own where they're like, okay, something is in my house, and it's interacting by touching me, moving things, making noises, but they can't take that leap to, oh, well, if they're interacting with the space, they're interacting with me by touching me, shouldn't they be able to hear what I'm saying? Shouldn't I be able to talk to them and say, like I said, set boundaries and ground rules and whatnot? I get how they can't make that leap on their own, but it's fascinating at the same time that they accept that something is going on, but they can't make that leap on their own.
Yeah. And honestly, for myself, that was one of the, I guess, realization for myself, because I experienced little things here and there growing up, odd things and whatnot. So it was very normal for me. So when we would go to a place and they would tell us what was happening and everything, I would look at it like, well, that's not very odd, or that's not so big of a deal. But then I would have to step.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for listening to The Lux Files. I'm not just the host of this podcast, I'm also the owner of Lelo Gonzalez. I make beeswax and scented spell candles, loose stick and liquid incense, anointing oils, and bath salts. So once you're done listening to this episode, why don't you head on over to my website at www.lelogonzalez.com and check out my products. For your convenience, the link to the website is also in the show notes.
I'm going like, okay, so that's not too much to me because I experienced strange stuff. But for people who maybe never grew up in a haunted house or really experiencing stuff, this is like breaking their world.
Yeah.
Even just the small things of like something moving or hearing a voice or hearing a noise, like that's just breaking like the fourth wall for them that they're not dealing with. So that's something I had to kind of step back and kind of learn, like, okay, my bar might be up here, but most people's bars are not that high up.
Yeah, just because they don't have the experience, but also too, people with certain backgrounds, like it doesn't even fit into their belief system. So there's that extra challenge for them. Having to accept that something that isn't supposed to exist or isn't supposed to occur is actually occurring to me.
Well, the ones I found more unusual was when we would go into a place and we would investigate and we found more or less natural explanations for the noises, or we would find like, well, there's no unusual history here, there's nothing strange here, and we can explain 80% of this stuff. That's usually it was very strange when people didn't like that answer. Like it was, even though stuff was freaking them out, they'd rather it be something supernatural than something naturally that can be explained.
Right.
And to me, that was like, wait, I would think you'd be happy the fact, like, oh yeah, it's just like the electric lines outside that are causing strange noises, or like you might want to get your plumbing fixed or something like that, or like you have EMF field going off or something. But they just didn't like the idea that it was something natural, that it wasn't something supernatural, because sometimes with the clients there would be maybe interpersonal things going on, and they would rather it be something supernatural to explain that.
Right. Yeah, because I mean, uh bad plumbing can make all the racket in the world, but bad plumbing isn't going to cause interpersonal friction,
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's weird,
Oh yeah.
it's weird, but I mean, we're also humans. Like, I mean, we're not rational people. We do
Oh
crazy
yeah.
things.
Well, and like with the paranormal field itself, like we were talking earlier about like trying to explain something, like trying to do it scientifically, and it's not that easy, because how we do it is not really scientific all that times. When you take someone's evidence, like if someone posts some evidence and then they're like, hey, check this out, I'm going to look at it, I'm going to ask you 1,000 questions, and then people take it personally when they're like, but don't you just believe it? I'm like, well, you're posting something you're calling evidence. Do you want me to actually analyze it to see if it's like something explainable or something unusual, or do you just want to like show me this interesting picture you took? Because if it's just that, cool, I will happily look at your interesting pictures. But they take it very personally if you actually start asking them, like, well, what camera did you take? When did you take it? Was there any flashes? Was there this? Was there that? They're like, do you think I'm lying? I'm like, no, I'm trying to find out what's going on. I'm not calling you a liar.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess they think they found something special,
Yeah.
I guess, and they want it to be special. And you know what? That's fine. Like, if you don't want it, analyzed, or rationally, looked at, that's fine. Just say so, though. I mean, post it and say, I got a picture of a ghost, and I believe it's a ghost, and I'm just showing you this picture of a ghost, and I don't want your opinion on why it's not a ghost.
Well,
Just
I mean,
like, that's fine. Nothing
yeah,
wrong with that.
because as soon as someone finds out I investigate and everything, as soon as someone finds out I'm in paranormal in some manner, there's always a ghost story. They have a ghost story. They lived in a haunted house. They grew up in a haunted house. Their grandmother had a haunted house. Someone had a haunted house. So they
Right.
always have a cool story to tell me. And I love hearing ghost stories. I love hearing everyone's stories. It's one of my favorite things, folklore and everything. But I've come to kind of realize that I should probably preference, usually before they start, like, okay, I will admit my investigator brain will be on. So do you want me just to hear a cool story, or do you want me to start asking you questions about what it could actually be, or like the details of it?
And yeah, and if you want to truly believe this ghost story from your grandmother's old house without evidence, without scrutiny, that's fine. That's
yeah.
fine. Just tell me.
Oh yeah, I have family ghost stories, like, and I even look at those like as like there's possibly an explanation, but they're also cool family ghost stories where it's like, yeah, there's probably something naturally that happened, but this is just a cool story to tell.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like with mythology. Uh take any mythology, any mythical tale from whatever culture. It didn't happen. Or even, let's take something more modern day, the history of the Golden Dawn, or of Wicca, the modern witchcraft, all of the made up origin story. You can you can accept them as myth, know that they're not real, but still sort of incorporate them into your life. You know, like I don't I was just going to say obviously, but there might be people out there that you know, like with the Rosicrucians, with Chris Rosenkreutz, like his whole mythology. I know he wasn't buried in a tomb, and his body didn't decompose. You know, like I know all this, but I kind of approach my magical practice as if it's true. It's okay to have stories that may not necessarily be true that are still part of you. It's okay. You know, it's definitely okay. But let me know, because when you want to tell me your story, I'm assuming you're coming to me as an occultist and you want my opinion. So definitely preface this conversation by saying, don't analyze it. I'm just telling you a cool story.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. I love researching the history, as they call it, especially the early 20th century Western occult, and just how many layers and how many like twists and turns. And what I find fascinating is like if you like look at like any of the occult or pagan or witchcraft books, especially from the 80s and 90s, you'll see so much origin stories of like I especially love like apparently Wicca is this like 5,000-year-old unbroken practice and all this stuff, and it's like but it's one of those where if you look at the history of Western magic and of especially the introduction of Gardnerian and Alexandrian and all those branches and everything, and them spinning these tales, they weren't doing it out of maliciousness, because everyone, when people started seeing like the reality of where these were coming from, they're like, oh my goodness, these people were making up these horrible lies. It's like, no, they may have been making mythos, but they were also, in a way, if you look at where it was in that period, they were also trying to in some ways legitimize their practice, because everyone thinks, well, it is easier to believe that something is like 500 years old as an actual practice than say maybe only 50 years old. And they were also kind of threading together all these different like practices that may have been in existence but were from different pieces, and they were pulling it all together into one, and they now had to explain, well, how does this work and where did this come from? So I find that more fascinating, almost more the truth is stranger than the fiction.
It absolutely is. You know, when you actually study and research, you know, the occult, like the history of the occult, and if you want, this is just my opinion, take it or leave it. If you want, you know, history, you don't really go with your occult / witchcraft / magic, whatever authors. You know, they're not historians, they're not academics. You know, go to the people that actually, like, this is what they do for a living. You know, historian, I specialize in, you know, researching the history of the Western esoteric tradition, whatever. Because then they actually do research. And when you look at, you know, modern day occultism and its history going back, you know, even just into the 19th century, it's a lot more fascinating than the made up origin stories, because now we're dealing with real people that are complex. They're not just one-dimensional people that created something amazing.
Yeah.
And you're not really giving them full credit in a way, because you're creating this origin story that goes back 5,000 years instead. I'm glad we're for the most part we're getting out of that.
Yeah.
One of my biggest pet peeves is connecting the witch hunts of early modern Europe to witchcraft and paganism for quite a few different reasons. Like, number one, they weren't witches, they were Christians. They would not want to be labeled as witches, and they probably don't want to be your poster witches.
Yeah, and these were people accused of heresy and everything. Yeah.
And because we know they, this vast satanic movement in Europe at that time didn't actually happen. These people weren't witches, and the majority of them weren't even sort of like holdover pagans, really. Like, these were church going good Christians. So first of all, they wouldn't appreciate being your witchcraft poster people. But through my, back in the 80s and 90s, all of the books, you pick up any book on Wicca and talk about the burning times and 9 million people burned at the stake. And of course, then you go to the academics that have spent their entire lives studying the witch trials and whatnot.
Yeah.
And it's more like 150,000 accused over that same time period, and like half of that number actually being executed. So definitely not 9 million killed, number one. But number two, so I'm like, well, where did this myth come from? And I traced it back as far as Nazi Germany. It was Nazi propaganda.
Yeah.
And I'm like, these people are now, to their credit, not realizing they're just, propagating Nazi propaganda, but they're propagating Nazi propaganda, with this 9 million number, because the Nazis, like, there was the pagan Nazis that wanted, when they declared war on Europe, like, they wanted to create a restored Anglo-pagan society, pagan religion. So that was part of their propaganda. The Christian church, and of course the Jews were actually behind the Christian church, had slaughtered all of our pagan ancestors, all of that lost blood. You know what I mean? And, so
and you had a lot of the occultists, and you had even the Thelay group, and then of course you had there was, and the thing I find interesting is with the actual, like, the witch hunts and everything, and they were being accused of heresy, and then people connected. Apparently, the only witch trial we ever had in America was the Salem witch trials. Apparently, that was it, which is not true. There were lots of smaller witch trials all over the place, and that was the only one. But the other thing which was strange is that Salem was a kind of an outlier compared to the actual witch trials in Europe, because in Europe you would have, if you were accused of heresy and you confess going yes, you were most likely let free, because then you like confess your sins and all that. Like, whereas in Salem, if you confess yes, most likely you would be executed.
Yeah.
It was very unusual, but everyone trying to trace it back to that one thing, which is like, but the 80s and 90s pagan witch books talked a lot about that. And you have today people then trying to say, well, then these books aren't good. It's like, no, these books still have usefulness. These books still have knowledge in them. It's one of those, you just have to look at it with a much more discerning eye of like, okay, we'll go with the magic and the how to, but you might want to gloss over the history part.
I mean, time and place, you gotta realize time and place, the Satanic Panic was very much a thing, and it was important to, well, I mean, there were so many reasons to create this false history, but and that's where, also too, paganism became really whitewashed, and love and witchcraft, very whitewashed and love and light, because some of the more questionable things we can do at times, again, in the 80s and 90s, when the Satanic Panic was an actual thing, probably wasn't the best idea to put these in books. Like, they were creating a very harmless sort of tradition, because,
well, I mean, if you look at, like, say, if you look at any of the witchcraft books or the occult books from, like, even just the 60s and 70s, which I love collecting, like the little paper books and everything, there is such a big difference in how the magic they practice, talking about Pan, goat head god, and talking about the goddess and lunar goddess, and there's still some kind of personal mythos being created, but not as hard. But there's you don't see the Wiccan Reed or the Return Back 3, Law 3, or anything like that. You don't see the stuff you would see later in 80s. Like, there's such a huge difference between 60s and 70s witchcraft and then 80s and 90s, because I remember where people were starting to use the word Wicca instead of witch, because even though the person might not even be practicing Wicca, they realized it was like Wicca was the safer word, was the good witch. We're Wicca. We're the nice ones. We're the good witches.
We're the white witches, not the black witches.
It was honestly, in some ways, it was an easier way to, like, kind of bypass things, where someone's like, well, what do you practice? And you just, instead of going into all the nuances, because so many of us, it's not a cut and dry answer, it would just be like, oh, I'm Wiccan. And you just leave. As soon as you just said that, you're like, oh, you're the good witch. Okay, cool. And just leave it at that.
Again, this was the 80s and 90s. It was, it was a different time. And using the word witch was, depending on where you lived, was, probably not a good idea. And even pagan, a lot of the, very high and mighty Christians are very well aware of the word pagan. And, and of course they just associate that with Satanism as well. So when you here's this word Wicca, which is a legitimate word. It's not like someone just made it up in a book in 1993, and even if they did, it doesn't make an illegitimate word. It's just, this is my new tradition called Wicca, if that's, if that was the case. But here's this word Wicca that doesn't have any negative connotations to it in mundane society, because no one knows what Wicca is. So it was a safe word, and so every book on neo-paganism was Wicca. And it just,
like, even if it said witchcraft, it was usually more likely you see the structure of it was obviously either Alexandrian Wicca or Gardnerian Wicca of some flavor and everything. And it was one of those, like, even today there's still ripple effects of that, of trying to, because you see people kind of down, like, going like, oh, I'm not Wiccan, I'm witch, and it's not, and it's one of those things where Wicca is a practice all its own, and a branch all its own and everything. It's not a bad thing. It was just a softer, easier way. And like you said, the Satanic Panic, and then you had 90s movies coming out about witches and everything, and people more times than not would associate anything with magic from what they would see in a Hollywood movie. I mean, I remember getting so many questions when people, when I came, more or less came out in high school as officially like a witch. Everyone's like, oh my goodness. Of course, they wouldn't associate with any of the movies. They're like, oh, can you fly? Can you do that? I'm like, no, that's the movies. Would I be here if I could?
Right. Yeah. Right. I want to get back to the show. I'm going to circle back around to this conversation, but I had a question in my head and I completely forgot what it was until right now. So I'm going to ask you this. Getting back to your time on the show, you had like a certain I'm just going to say like a level of celebrity. You know, people recognizing you, you know, from the show.
Yeah.
Like I don't mean, you know, paparazzi chasing you down. I don't mean that, but just like people recognizing you from the show.
Yeah.
Did you feel any sort of I don't want to say obligation, but to people? Oh, I don't know. See, I know what I want to ask, but I don't know how to ask this question. Did you feel a sort of, okay, you know what? We're in the public eye. We have a level of responsibility to educate people, you know, make sure they understand, you know, what paranormal is, what paranormal investigation is. Like, did it take on extra meaning because people are recognizing you on the street and, you know, you want them to, you know, understand correctly, you know, and know, you know, paranormal investigation with gloss or, you know, spook factor or just for marketing, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah. It was one of those. I mean, first off, it was very strange because I'll admit I'm not always good with names with people. So if someone walked up to me and they're like, "Oh, hey, Eilfie," and they start talking, what's going through my brain is like, "Do I know you? Do I remember you? Have we talked before? Have we met before?" So I'm like running this through my brain, and it finally clicks. Like, okay, I think this is just from the show. This is where you see me.
Yeah.
But usually they would ask various things, and I did feel personal because I knew there was only so much you can show on the show, and they would ask me a question, and I would try to answer as honestly as possible. Like, well, it takes a little longer than that, or we have to check this out, or they'll ask about my personal practice or something like that. So I did feel a little. I like talking about the paranormal in general, so I was happy to talk about that. Now, like I said before, like if someone would tell me a ghost story or tell me their experience, I was never sure. It's like, are you telling me this because you know I'm into paranormal, or are you asking for advice? And most of the time I would at least preference with them like, well, I'm not at the location, so I can't tell you definitively what is, but you might want to check this, and maybe research that.
I think also what would be different now, I think too, is that social media wasn't, you know, because like Facebook started in what, 2007, I think.
Yeah, Facebook started, and before that was like MySpace and everything. Yeah.
There was
social
no
media
Twitter,
was like
there was no
non-existent.
Instagram, there's no TikTok. So I mean, there's less.
Goodness.
There's less of that, you know, having to be like out there on social media and whatnot. So, you know, I guess, you know, maybe you guys were a little insulated from that as well.
Oh yeah, and I think like YouTube had just started. That was pretty new too.
Yeah.
So there wasn't yet really anyone really doing anything on YouTube yet, other than the vlogs or whatever.
Yeah.
So most of the time when we were talking to people or doing discussions or doing, it would be usually at conventions or conferences. We would go to do like Q&As, or I started doing would do lectures, and we would usually do lectures on like how to start your own paranormal group or how to become a paranormal investigator, or we would talk about certain cases and everything, or how to analyze evidence. So even though we couldn't give all the information in the show, we felt at least with the talks and discussions, we could at least start educating people who were fans of our show, because once the show was started, we definitely noticed more people getting into wanting to make groups or join groups and get into ghost hunting as well. And so we're like, okay, you want to do this? Like, here's some tips on how to do this and how to get into it and everything.
Yeah. You guys, I think, got the benefit of being public figures without the bullshit, because now, like, you know, if you were doing a show now and you post something on Twitter, you know there's going to be, you know, the negative comments, you know, like just the stupid comments that people make just for the sake of making stupid comments.
Oh
You
yeah, I mean,
so
I see the shows that do now have to do social media, where they have to do Instagram and Twitter and whatnot. And it's like, oh my goodness.
yeah, yeah,
I can
yeah,
only imagine that.
yeah. So yeah, you're kind of lucky there that you don't, you know, you got all the, because, you know, if you're doing conventions, people are coming to the convention because they're fans. They're interested in the field, you know,
Yeah.
so you're interacting with like-minded individuals, as opposed to, you know, Twitter, and, you know, you have an exciting announcement and you're so happy and you're so proud of yourself, and then you get some, you know, jerk off King 93 make a comment like, your show sucks. Well, what don't you like about my show? Well, I've never watched it. Oh, okay. You know, like, oh, you know, but that's
Well,
so,
I mean, I think when we finally did have like Facebook and such, and I think when Twitter finally came up, I mean, we did get our fair share here and there of trolls and such, but it wasn't to it wasn't definitely to the level that you see today
yeah,
of the comment section. Like when they say don't read the comment section, yeah, don't read the comment section.
right. Yeah.
Don't.
Ugh. I, you know, I don't know. Love hate relation. Just like with politicians, I look at social media the same way as politicians. Love hate.
Oh yeah. Well,
It's fun interacting with people, but I hate social media, and I don't even attempt to have intelligent conversation on social media. There's no point. There's absolutely no point in attempting to have an intelligent conversation on.
Oh, I've had to learn to like step away, because there were times where someone make some smart ass remark and I want to like type a remark and be like, okay, or just going to walk away, because most time they make the comment and they're off somewhere else. They don't care. They just made their remark and now they made their burn and they're good.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing, and you know, that's all that.
Mhm.
You know, they're making shitty comments just for the sake of making shitty comments.
Yeah.
And that was their objective, so they're fine. It's now out of their head. They've gone off to have dinner. You're the one stewing in it, and you're like,
Yeah.
don't, because they don't care. They don't care.
Yep.
They're done. They're not even thinking about the comment they just posted 30 seconds ago.
Oh yeah, a lot of people have had to learn. I mean, I have had to learn too. Like the block button is the best button. Just block. Just don't even entertain it. Just block it and be done with it.
Yeah. I think I would use the block button more if I were like, I started my Twitter and my Instagram more for my business.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just not my thing. Like, but also too, I mean, like I spend so much time, my days are just completely consumed in making candles and incense and oils. And there are days where I'm at it for like 14 hours. I don't have time to be a content creator or to these people that will, oh, just remember that the moon loves you just the way you are. I don't have time to do shit like that. So I don't I don't get a lot of like assholes like commenting on what I post, just because I just like retweet, and I'll post pictures of an order that someone just placed, and all the candles are like laid out on the table ready to be packed up. I think if I was more like putting my personality into my social media,
Yeah.
that I would use the block button more, because I'm sure that's I would be getting like actual like shitty
Well,
comments and whatnot.
yeah, it's when you start more interacting with with people, and it's one of those it's one of those catch-22, because on one hand you want you like I've interacted with people every once in a while. Like at this point, if there's someone who makes a post where I'm like, yeah, that was not really nice, I'll honestly ignore their post and just like answer the ones, be nice and everything, and just like, yeah, you don't exist to me.
Mhm.
And if you're it's one of those like it's the catch-22 where it's like if you interact more, of course you're going to get the trolls and everything, and you just try not to feed the trolls, but you also want to actually interact with the people who actually are being nice and you want
Yeah.
to have a conversation with, and it's trying to find that balance, and also the balance of knowing when to like, okay, we've been posting for a little bit, let's step away and go back to the real world for a bit and do things and not have this entirely consume us.
Yeah, exactly. Would you go back to doing uh like if someone approached you to do a paranormal investigation show, would you go back to doing stuff like that?
Oh, totally. I mean, it's one of those. It was a lot of fun, even when it was like it was rough travel or staying at hotels or just like the very long hours and everything. But it was still lots of fun because I think now I would know probably how to not let myself get burned out so fast and everything. And honestly, I have so many more ideas of like what I would want to do in investigating and everything. Yeah, I would totally do it.
Yeah.
Honestly,
So
like
like
even with all the rough stuff, I would totally do it.
yeah. Because it's in your blood. Like it's one
Oh
of
yeah.
this isn't just a thing or a hobby. Like
Mhm.
it's something that's in your blood. But you didn't have any, because you're talking about like being cold and the
Mhm.
travel and the exhaustion. That's not something that like puts you off the experience.
Yeah. It was one of those like it kind of comes with the territory really. And it's I think the thing that people forget sometimes, like, yeah, especially if you're doing public places or historical places, it is not glamorous at all.
Yeah,
And so I know don't expect it to be glamorous at all.
yeah.
Like it's like one step away from camping, honestly,
Right,
sometimes.
right. Well, I, in my case, it's quite a few steps away from camping. Because my version of camping I think is quite different. Um yeah, I think it's funny because going back to the Facebook Live of the Haunted Salem event and
Mhm.
all of these experts. I was fortunate enough to have like 2,700 witch queens and high adepts um to really teach me in the comments what paranormal investigation and magic is like. So I felt really fortunate there. And all these people, oh, Travel Channel, give me a show. I do the same stuff, or I can do this better, blah 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 blah. I think, it's just like when I used to travel for work and I'd be in a different city every day. And like you,
Mhm.
like I see the airport, the hotel,
Mhm.
then
Yep.
the airport, then the hotel. And my friends were like, "Oh, you're so lucky. I love traveling." I'm like, "This isn't travel. This is
This
travel
is
for work." When you
this
travel,
is commuting from one place to another.
yeah, yeah. Um, anytime you travel, like, because you're on vacation,
Mhm.
but that's not my life. Like, I'm trying to explain to them, like, I'm like being in an airport, being on an airplane, that's my commuting time. And then I still have to work and put in
Yeah.
day's work, and then go into a hotel,
Mm,
and it's not my bed, it's not my pillow,
mm.
you know. And like this, yeah, this isn't traveling, this is work. So I think people just like, oh well, they're on television, they're rolling in money, you know,
I know.
and
Yeah, no.
doing fun paranormal investigating. And I'm like, but are they?
I actually learned from all the travel I did. I learned how to downsize and know exactly what I want to take with me and make sure it's all carry on.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
learned real quick, just carry on.
yeah, for sure, for
Like
sure.
I started with like I remember first season I had like this huge suitcase that I would have checked in because I had no idea what to wear. I don't know what to wear and everything, 10,000 things. And like by the end of it, I had like this little suitcase, carry on the bare essentials, things I don't have to worry about so much. Take it with me, take it on the plane, off the plane. There we go.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Um, Michelle was telling me about one episode you guys were out in Oregon or Washington State or something on some like back road, logging road in a truck,
Oh god.
lost and everything.
I think
That's
it was
where
Oregon.
we ended up doing 2 episodes. Um, and episode one with Michelle,
Mm.
because Michelle only had 2 hours. So by the time we got to the 2 hour mark, Michelle had just got to that story. And then it's like, oh, time's up, gotta go. So
Cliffhanger.
yeah. So we picked up, I don't know, a month later or whatever, with the second part, uh,
Mm.
with that story. And it was funny. And I think about, hearing stories like that. And then I always think back, like I said, that experience that I had with Haunted Salem Live with the Facebook comments, I think about way too much. That literally probably pops in my head one or two times a week, if not
Mm.
more. Just because to this day, and this was back in 2019, to this day, I just found it's these people so amusing. But it just, and Michelle's telling me this story, and then I'm thinking about these people on this Facebook live feed. Oh, give me a show, give me a show. And like Travel Channel's like searching through the comments, but like, oh, they want a show. Okay, get the number, because that's gonna happen. I'm like,
Yes,
yeah,
that's how you get discovered.
yeah. I'm like, I don't think it's very glamorous. I'm sorry. Like, you're in abandoned buildings. It's in the middle of winter. I don't think there's a cushy VIP room that we don't see, that never gets
No.
shown just
I
for
mean, honestly, with
this.
Destination Fear and they have like the RV they take with them, I would love that. Like this, like because we usually stayed at the location. We had to find some place to sleep in there, or we would, if we were close enough, we would have the hotel or something
Wait,
like that.
you would actually literally sleep in the locations.
Well, there was a couple times where the location was large. Like if it was like, I think one of the historical locations, we could stay there, or we would stay at the hotel, or we would sleep at the location at times. But yeah, it was never really cushy or anything. Like if there was an RV set up outside, that would have been perfect, honestly.
I had no idea that you guys would sleep at some of the locations.
Yeah, we'd stay. I mean, if we slept.
Oh wait, no, you're saying historical locations, like what? Like, so I'm thinking abandoned buildings.
Yeah,
Um,
sometimes they weren't all abandoned. They would be like not used for what they're intendly used, like say like the hospital or West Virginia or something like that. I want to say, I think with the West Virginia, we did stay at the hotel because it was close enough. Try to think if we stayed in the hospital overnight or not. I can't remember.
ugh, ugh.
But there we would have HQ, so we would have a place where we would have all of our stations set up, where we had the cameras set up and the monitors and everything, and we would have a spot where we could kind of chill or relax because we would like go out, investigate, come back, take a break, and usually when we were in HQ, we were like getting coffee or hot cocoa or warming up. But also that'd be time when we would then sit down and go over our audio equipment or go over videos and just kind of already start the process of analyzing for evidence and everything. And then like taking a moment to chill before we go back out there and everything.
Yeah.
So it'd be an all night thing. We would probably not get out until like 5 o'clock in the morning or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, I had no idea. No, I thought, well, I'm all, it's obvious like it's not cushy, but I thought, no, there was definitely a hotel waiting, a warm bed waiting for you guys all the time.
Well,
at the end.
I remember the one place we stayed at a cabin, and we actually stayed at the cabin itself because it was like so far out in the middle of nowhere. It would be like maybe a half hour, 45-minute drive to get to any hotel or anything. So we just stayed in the cabin because we also figured there were beds there and couches, and we just see if we experienced anything that night too, or day or whatever. And so that just was just kind of like you get sleeping bags and you're good to go and everything. Well, I think I remember there being cold showers.
Yeah, beds and sofas though. I mean, that's a bit, that's fine. That's certainly doable,
Oh yeah.
some comfort-ish, in that case. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, it's fun. I think people have really have a very different idea of I guess the lifestyle of being a television paranormal investigator. I think I think most people, like any time anyone sees someone on television, they just think money. Well, they're on television, they must be rolling in money. I think I think at the end of the day, that's just really what it comes down to.
Oh yeah, because they think like, oh, you're celebrity now, are you well known? And I'm like, no, not really.
Yeah.
Like I'm people know me if in that niche of the paranormal they might recognize me, but not as like as a whole.
Yeah.
Which I'm fine with.
Yeah, and I think when you immerse yourself in a community of cults, paranormal, whatever, and well, in this case, like with ghost hunting shows, and because you turn on Travel Channel and it's morning, noon, and night ghost hunting shows.
Yeah,
I think as a fan, you can kind of get a warped sense of perception and think, well, they're on Travel Channel every day, like all these shows from morning, noon, and night. they got to be like, a lot more well-known into the mundane world. And I don't think so. I really don't. Yeah. I think you have to be a fan of these shows.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's definitely much more like I've noticed more people in the general public know of the paranormal, know of ghost hunting to some extent, but for the most part, I think unless it's the spooky season, like around September, October, the Halloween season, when you see all the specials and stuff, the general public doesn't really think much about it. They just see the live ghost hunting sessions or the Travel Channel sessions or the most haunted house specials, whatnot, and that's their like cool, spooky, and that's their little chunk paranormal, and then the rest of the year, not so much.
So you can actually go grocery shopping in the grocery store. You're not going to get inundated with hundreds of people.
No.
I think I don't know. I found it amusing. It's like I said, that sticks in my head, and I think about it way more than I probably should.
Well, also like the paranormal community, like I noticed it's kind of like paranormal community called in the pain, like mostly like the paranormal community. It's interesting where you have like these layers of, you have the people you'll see on TV and podcasts and shows and stuff, that is a very small niche of people that everyone knows everyone else to some extent, or at least aware of everyone. And then you have outside of that, you have like the hardcore paranormal investigators that are like every weekend they have a group and they're doing their thing, and they might have their own YouTube channel or something. And then outside that, you have the weekend every once in a while investigators, and then you have the is it Halloween, cool. And that's like the layers of it, I think.
Yeah. I would fall, like, if we were talking about magic, I would fall into that second group, I think, because I certainly know, big name pagan. And well, I mean, I don't just do magic on the weekends, but I mean, I'm pretty hardcore with my magical practice, like my daily practice. Like on a good day, it's like 3 hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I sometimes I think I take it a little too seriously, but I enjoy it.
Yeah.
I like that I have I'm really dedicated to my practice, to my daily practice. But I'm very pomp and circumstance, even, with my solo work. So I like going through the whole shebang, like, going through the whole, like, quote unquote trouble of, like robing up and everything, and going through all the motions.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I think I always enjoy that because the daily practice, and people don't always think about that because they feel like if it's not posted online, then you must not be doing it or something. It's like, I'm doing it. I'm just not showing anyone because it's my personal practice. Like I'm very particular what I show and don't show.
Yeah, a friend of mine, Frat RC, he was the guy that I was referencing earlier that joined the Golden Dawn when he was like 15. Sure, it was fit. Yes, it was 15. We were having a conversation about this, and the people that he has a podcast as well, and the people that like in like the GD world that you really want to have on your podcast are the people that don't have Twitter, don't have Facebook, don't go on podcasts. Like, they're completely invisible, and like these are the hardcore ones doing the work, and no, you don't know about it because they're not posting it all over social media. In a way, I mean, this is certainly a generational thing. Where younger generations, to me, there's like there's how important social media is, and how normal posting every tidbit of your life is. Where for me, it's really, it's not, and so I can't really grasp the idea that legitimacy with your practice comes with being so public about it. Like if you're not posting everything about your practice and your magic on Twitter and Instagram and TikTok, you
must not be doing it, or you must
you're not as authentic,
you're not as serious, really.
It's just funny how that has totally flipped, like that to be silent is now, well, if you're not posting your rituals online, you're obviously not actually doing your rituals, you're not legitimate, you're not an authentic practitioner, and that I really can't wrap my head around. There's some things that I'll post that I have done in the past, nothing really major. Some things were like the summer of 2020, after George Floyd was murdered,
Mhm.
and the arraignments of the police and whatnot, just as kind of as a motivation to anyone. This is like, do something for
Mhm.
justice, you know but otherwise, think like I'll sometimes post pictures of the altar after a Sabbath ritual
Mhm.
that my group and I does.
Yeah.
But otherwise, I leave it at that.
Well, I noticed that it definitely, I agree, it's that feeling these days where if you don't post enough images or pictures of your work or of your practice, then you must not be doing enough of it or know enough of it or anything. Whereas it used to be, I feel like if you weren't able to recite enough documents or know the backwards and forwards like the live arrest or something, or be able to do the rituals,
Yeah.
everything, and prove that, then it didn't count. And it feels like almost now it's that similar idea of having to prove it, but now you have to prove it through visual documentations or videos or something to show, like, look, I'm doing the work. Even though you can be doing the work and everything, doesn't mean you need to post a picture about it.
Yeah.
It's almost like I need to show a picture of my food to show that I've eaten today or something.
Right. Yeah. And
Now, granted, I will post pictures of my food, mostly going like, look, I made it. I didn't burn it today.
yeah. And I mean, like, I don't, it would be really kind of, well, first of all,
Mhm.
putting a video of you, doing the LBRP. I mean, it's kind of boring.
Mhm.
Um, from the outside, you look like an idiot. Um, you know, what you feel inside during ritual,
Mhm.
um, is not what's going on outside. Like,
Yeah.
they're two very different things. Ritual can be very quiet and not a
Mhm.
lot of action going on, but in your head, it's amazing. And so I think, or even like posting, pictures of, my daily practice, like, boring. Really, it's boring,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, I mean, like I have like a morning practice and then I have an evening practice, and it's doesn't take long. It's very simple, very straightforward. And then in the middle, I might do a little work here and there, and it's like very kind of quick. I go through almost like a daily exercise just to keep it fresh and everything, and
Mhm.
just to keep on top of things. And yeah, like from the looks of it, it's kind of very simple. And I've done public rituals where honestly it feels so strange having a whole bunch of people looking at you and you're going through the motions, and you're like, okay, and then you're hoping you don't forget because you're
Yeah,
like, I've
right.
done this so many times, but I know I'm going to forget something.
Yeah, yeah.
And but though what was interesting is I one time did a um re- can't remember the show. If it was for a YouTube channel, I'm blanking on the name, but they asked me to do the LBRP to try like to kind of clear the space and kind of like zero it out almost.
Mhm.
And I did it once downstairs and then I did it upstairs, but I didn't realize I was being filmed at the time.
Okay.
And apparently I freaked was it Resident Undead? No. I'll think of it eventually. I feel real bad because he's really cool and everything, and it was great. But apparently, I freaked him out because I did it upstairs on the second level. I didn't know he had come in because I decided, oh, let's do it here. I was going through the motion. Since I wasn't being watched, I think I was a little more set in myself doing it. And
Yeah.
apparently, when I do the ritual, I do like invoke and stuff, I project much better than when I'm normally talking.
Right.
So my voice is projecting out, and apparently he was walking by and he sees me in the midst of ritual, and he just like stops mid-motion, like, what's going on?
That's
So I
funny.
apparently freaked him out just a little. I want to say it's
That
Resident
is
Dead.
funny.
But that's I don't know. It's one of those there's always feels like every generation there's this level of you have to prove that you know your crap and that you have read enough books or done enough stuff. And now these days it seems like, well, if you didn't take a picture of it, it doesn't count or something. It didn't happen.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I don't get it. It's not my thing.
Yeah.
What's your magic like? Are you more like is it more witchcraft? Is it more ceremonial? Do you have a preference? Like,
Well, I do practice ceremonial magic, and then I do practice also. It's interesting. It's like I have these two separations of like my ceremonial magic that I learned from my dad that I still practice and continue to work with, and then I have my own kind of witchcraft that today I guess would be a little more in line with what they call traditional witchcraft and everything.
mhm.
And it's very interesting because I'll have my altar space, which is more traditional witchcraft, but then I will be doing like the LBRP or the Star Ruby and just like have a little space off for there too.
Right.
So like I think they've kind of melded, but I also try to kind of keep them separate too.
Okay, yeah, I was just gonna say, so like you blend them together sometimes, because I do that like with my druidry. I largely keep my druidry and my Golden Dawn separate, for the most part, but I do blend them, especially like because I do enjoy doing the 8 Sabbaths because it's they're spaced out nicely every 6 weeks. It's a great time to get together with the group and celebrate, do some magic, have some fun. And so I like to blend the two, and druidry actually lends itself really well to like ceremonial magic, like the forms and the pomp and whatnot. But either than those situations, I pretty much keep them very separate.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. And it's one of those like I feel I think they've blended together sometimes like I'll do the same circle, I'll do probably some ceremonial magic too, because it feels familiar and it just seems to set right compared to like some people do like the four corners and the elements and stuff. I won't do that as much. I'll just set the circle like you would do with ceremonial magic, and then from there I will do my ritual space and everything. And that will maybe go more into a kind of a witchcraft setting than anything.
Yeah, I do find that I find my GD magic to be the most effective, just sort of like overall. But if I'm doing something different, doing something more druidic or witchy or whatever, I still find, setting up like I'm doing like a GD ritual, to be sort of like the best option, and even if I'm going very roots and bones with the actual working, you know to open and close with the ceremonial forms, I find just end up being the best for whatever outcome.
I find it also for myself at least it seems to work well, at least for personally, that it has a nice like opening up, setting the space, doing whatever I need to do, which sometimes is either I plan out or I kind of do like off the cuff, whatever I need to do. But then it just feels really nice just how to end it, to close it, circle on, and kind of like clear it out, and it feels really like, yep, this is clear, this is set, we're good.
Yeah.
Ritual's done.
But also too, I mean, you know, the ritual forms like the opening and closing, you know, like if you're, you know, GD or Thelema, the way like the space that you create is different than, you know, if you're doing like a Wiccan or a like a neo-pagan, you know, circle casting. I mean, they are, you know, just because you're walking in a circle doesn't mean you're casting a circle in the same way, you know. So there's also that there too. They do serve two different functions. So I find, you know, work, you know, doing like the pentagrams, the hexagrams, and you know, in whatever combination, just it's just more, it's more effective. And I think you understand your space better, you know, what's going on within your space when it's active, and like you say, when you shut everything down, you can feel, is it shut, is there still more work needed? So yeah.
Well, also like I've been involved, I've participated in other like pagan rituals and other pagan circles and other circles like Wiccan and just general energy work circles, and it's interesting the different feels to it, like especially if they do opening of the four quarters or do the elemental opening four quarters, and it just has such a different feel. I think for myself, it might be just because it's what I grew up around and it feels most familiar, like this sets right, and it probably is personally where I get easier into the magic headspace setting, like the space like this with the ceremonial magic than any other way, because it's like for me, like I grew up around that, and it's like, yep, we are doing magic now, the space is set and we're doing it, where I go now.
Yeah. Did you get to the point, like as you're getting older, you know, and I don't know, like whether teenager or like or what, because going back, I mean, this is going back to the start of our 3-hour conversation so far, you know, what you did, you know, as a kid, you know, but at a certain point you were doing ceremonial magic, like you were trained in it by your father.
Well, I had been starting to be trained. Well, it's interesting. Growing up, he was pretty far ahead in his magical practice. So what I would experience mostly was I kind of it. I always say I kind of learn backwards, where I learn the philosophies, the ideas, the theories behind Thelema and what Crowley was saying, like the poems and the rituals and stuff. But it wasn't until I was older when I approached my dad to actually learn the practice of it, because he never wanted to make like force like you must learn ceremonial magic, because he knew this was his path. He didn't expect it to be mine. He wanted me to approach him to like, I want to actually learn. Now when I had access to his books and everything, I would definitely come to him with questions. He'd be like, he would answer, and then he'd be like, okay, read this. And so I would learn the theories of the practice, but it wasn't until I was older that I actually started learning more of the actual going through the steps of the practice itself and doing the rituals and whatnot. So it was much later when I was older that I actually did that part of it. So I kind of learned it a little bit backwards than what most people learn it. Most people start learning the ceremony and the ritual, and then they start learning the theories and the mythos and everything. So yeah.
Yeah, you know, when you're a teenager and you discover magic for the first time in a book, in a bookstore, you want to jump right in.
Oh yeah. And
Absolutely, yeah.
for me as a teen, like I got more into like I started getting like the Silver Raven Wolf and uh, what Cunningham and those books on magic. Those ones I just jumped right into. Like, oh, we'll do practice witchcraft and everything. And I think even for a hot minute, I was like looking at Wicca, but I'm like, yeah, not my thing and everything. But yeah, to me, witchcraft and ceremonial magic felt like two very separate worlds and
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah. Which, I mean, in a lot of ways they are, but
Mm-hmm.
you can still,
Yeah.
you
I
can
mean,
help
if you
them.
look at the history, like the people starting it, they all ran in the same circle,
Yeah.
so you will see commonality behind them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's funny, uh, because people could have such a negative idea about the Golden Dawn,
Mhm.
Crowley, Philema, whatever, without having any like knowledge about those systems or people,
Yeah.
to actually have an informed opinion like that. But it's what they hear, it's what they read, and they see a 30-second video on TikTok, they read 100-word tweet on Twitter.
Yeah.
Um, and when I say people, I'm talking about like people in the occult community. And like, you go back, and you don't have to go back that far in
Hmm.
modern magic. You only have to go back to, Victorian period and all. Hi, everyone. Thank you for listening to the Lux Files. I'm not just the host of this podcast, I'm also the owner of Laylo Gonzalin. I make beeswax and scented spell candles, loose stick and liquid incense, anointing oils, and bath salts. So once you're done listening to this episode, why don't you head on over to my website at www.laylogonzalin.com and check out my products. For your convenience, the link to the website is also in the show notes. These threads, we're all on separate traditions,
Hmm.
but all these threads, they come from the same place.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
absolutely come from the same place.
it's interesting because I've done some more recent reading about the early like uh health movement and wellness culture and everything, and just it's fascinating when you see these movements on new diets and health and regimens and exercise, and also the big like they had the in the Western you have they called the Great Awakening first round and then second and third, and all these little sub religions, and all of them ran in the same circles and always
Yeah.
like you have a lot of cultists who were also vegetarian, you have a lot of cultists who were later learned yoga and everything and Eastern philosophy, and so like everyone was interacting with everyone else and sharing ideas. So even if you go with New Age, everyone thinks New Age is the 60s thing, whereas New Age has been around much longer than that
Yeah,
and
for
everything.
sure. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's fascinating when uh so many you go back to the 19th century,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a lot went on there in the 19th
Oh.
century that you look at today as being new fads, or
Mm-hmm.
new age 80s 90s, and um uh free love, and um group marriages, and holistics, and vegetarianism, and stuff that never caught on into mainstream society.
Mm-hmm.
So they get kind of buried. So when they reemerge, oh, this is new, this is exciting. And it's like, no, like it's fascinating how so many things we have in society that are labeled, new and progressive. We're new and progressive 60 years ago, and 60 years before that, and 60 years before that. It's just this new progressive thing never caught on. So it kind of died out and, revamped, and then died out, then revamped.
The spiritualism movement that happened is just like, it's amazing. Just like with spiritualism, you had a lot of people who were also the early feminism movement, and you had the abolitionists, and you had all these little subsects and everything in the spiritualism movement who were also talking to the dead too.
Yeah.
And you also had early paranormal investigators and the early skeptics society, and just like all these things. And it's one of those, like, if you just look in this one section, you'll find like information about all the other little subsections.
Right. Yeah.
Just branching out.
Yeah. And just like now, like everyone knew everyone because it's a small community, and it's always been a small community, and they all fed off each other and was influenced by each other.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's so many. There were. It's fascinating because everyone's like, oh, they didn't have the internet back then, but it's like, no, they had like newspapers and newsletters, and like, I mean, if you look at the archive ones, you would see in the opinion section, you'll see people have like multiple arguments with each other just by writing in the opinion section back and forth, like a message board.
Yeah. Granted, it took longer, obviously, than Twitter, but it wasn't some sort of dark ages void of communication and knowledge.
Oh, yeah.
And guess what else we did? We stood face to face with each other and had conversations.
Oh yeah, I mean, people had lectures and arguments.
Yeah.
People were very opinionated.
The arguments were well, arguments are, more like debates. I mean, you can't debate anyone online. It just turns into a ridiculous argument, and people say things to you online that they would never say to your face. So yeah, you know what? Things were slower back in the day. Yeah, but I'd rather have intelligent discourse, number one, and number two, faster communication just means more and easier ways for you to insult me. So how am I supposed to be like, yeah, no, more of that, please?
Well, I always love when you will see articles in these old newspapers, and these were usually newsletters, like spiritualist newsletters that lasted maybe a year, half a year, because people would like lose funding or lose speed or something. But you would have people like print out huge articles basically telling someone like, you're an idiot, and this is how much you're an idiot, and this is why.
Yeah. It's so amusing. Yeah, it's so I mean, we haven't changed.
No.
Our method of communication has changed. But yeah, no, it just,
they were saying it more eloquently. They had bigger words to say, but they were still saying you're an idiot.
Right. Yeah. They had bigger words. It sounded nicer. You're telling me to eat shit and die. Just, it just sounded.
They were doing it in the most polite way possible.
It just sounded nice. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. What a time, that had to have been an exciting time. But I think a lot of people are a little too nostalgic for that time, which is easy to do because you don't remember it because you're not, 150 years old. Because we're talking about, Victorian England. It was dirty. It was smelly. It was, the air was literally toxic. But besides that, we have more occultists now than at any time in our history. Like, we're living it, we're living it. And people, they're nostalgic and like, oh, to have these orders and have these temples and blah, blah, blah. Oh, I wish I can go to Hogwarts. We have Hogwarts. Find yourself like a GD temple. Like, there's literal Hogwarts out there. They exist. That's not something from the past. It's not something from, 1890 England. You know what I mean? We're living in it. There's more occultists now than ever. We have more access to information now than ever.
Oh,
And
so much more. Also,
yeah,
they sometimes forget.
yeah,
Like they forget too. Like there was less access to books, less access to this knowledge, and also unless you were like a rich white person, good luck trying to get into one of those temples.
Well, actually, that's not true. The GD had a really big. Well, now there was no poor people, but there was like, well, here's one example, like a shoemaker. Now, when I say there's no poor people, a shoemaker wasn't exactly what we would consider middle class today.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, there's, doctors and, people that are independently wealthy for sure, but it wasn't, limited to people like with money, but they certainly ran the show, of course, because you don't have to work. Like
Yeah.
you get to spend all day in the library translating manuscript. You get to spend all evening scrying for these rituals, and you know what I mean?
Oh
So,
yeah.
because they had the time, they had the money, therefore they had the time, but no, we're living in it. We're living in it. Like Esoteric Archives, you have a library of
Oh yeah.
material at your fingertips. Sacred Tech, you know what I mean? Like we have access to so much more texts than they did back then.
Oh yeah, because a lot of times you had to either join a lodge, you had to know someone to join the lodge,
Yeah.
you had to really put the work in, or to somehow get a hold of the pamphlets or the books, or borrow someone's pamphlets or books, and really it was definitely a much more dedicated, I'm going to do this action than it ever was. And yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you had to have a level of privilege to be able to dedicate that time, because if you were lucky, if you're like middle upper class, then you did, but most of the time if you weren't, then you kind of had to work. You couldn't
Yeah,
dedicate
absolutely.
like 4 or 5 hours to doing ritual stuff, or like going to the lodge to do studies or meet up with your teacher or anything like that. Or so I think maybe that's why sometimes later on you saw more like mail correspondence probably became popular, because they were probably much more feasible for people to
Yeah.
just get the material that way and have like basically a learning through mail and through interaction, instead of having to travel to the city
Yeah.
to find a teacher or something
Yeah.
like that.
Dion Fortune, her fraternity of the Inner Light, they had a correspondence course. So
Yeah.
those aren't even new concepts. Those go back quite a ways.
Oh yeah. I mean, you see it now. You still see in a way correspondence course. It's now just on Zoom instead of by mail. It's snail mail.
Yeah, exactly. Or like PDFs and videos and Zoom classes, which I think is fantastic. I
Oh
think
yeah.
it's wonderful. I'm developing a new appreciation for the use of technology like computers and Zoom with magic. And I had a very set opinion about the idea of cyber magic, and it wasn't a good one. Prior to, like, I'm in a group, and we meet every Sunday, and we've been doing some pretty amazing stuff.
Oh cool.
Lots of like deep purist Enochian.
Okay.
Um, and the results have been really, really interesting. So I've had to revise my whole opinion about, cyber magic and yeah, looking at this as an experiment, which is fun because I like the sort of, well, let's try it and find out kind of attitude, because if I don't try, I'm not going to know, you know, um, what's the worst that
Well,
can happen,
I think that part of it comes from like I think with the pandemic and one of the good things I saw happen was like a lot of people started doing Zoom and online lectures and talks and group sessions and everything. And yeah, for the longest time there was this love hate of technology where people were like, oh, if you have technology, you'll just like totally fritz out because you're doing too much magic around it. But because now you kind of have to, I think maybe it's learning that it can be adaptable and it's
Yeah.
not a bad thing or anything. It's just another tool that can be utilized in our practice and everything. And I think it might be, maybe honestly, I think it was one of those, like with the computer and technology coming in, people saw it as this almost alien thing and
Yeah.
this like, well, I don't want to be locked into this or attached to this or anything. This will interrupt my practice.
Yeah.
Now it's like this is now being more of a useful tool to the practice and
Yeah.
everything.
But now I'm wondering if it's more than just a useful tool, but more actually like a magical tool. Because once I started seeing these results, and it could just be the fact that, I mean, I know distance magic works, obviously, but I was unsure about, a cohesive group work, where we're all doing the same thing. If we're just connected just because, in the same way that distance magic works, just because, we're connected, or is the computer playing a part as well? Like, is the internet, and interestingly, we describe it as a world wide web, and that web imagery in the occult, so prevalent, and I don't need to go into why, because everyone listening to this will know. um are we, like, is the internet a magical tool, not just a useful tool,
I mean, like,
so
I remember,
I'm having to
yeah,
question everything, like all of my opinions, all of my assumptions, all of my beliefs, just question them all and kind of put them aside, and because I don't want them to influence my work.
yeah.
I don't want them at the back of my head. This isn't supposed to work. This isn't supposed to work. Well, I'm trying to do the work. So I'm questioning everything. All of my opinions, all of my assumptions, everything when it comes to cyber magic, online rituals, virtual rituals, everything. And either to my benefit or not. But we'll find out. And that's what's great about magic, is that ability to experiment and try, new things. It's either going to work or it's not. You might as well try and find out.
Oh yeah, and that's honestly I think I love with most of the time. I think when people are first starting to practice, I always feel like yes, it's good to learn the foundations and the basis. It's
Absolutely.
almost like it's good to learn the rules to then learn how to break the rules and everything.
Yeah.
And I can see with utilizing, like, because I know when we were doing a lot of energy work last year and everything, because we couldn't get together in person, so then we had to like figure out a way to adapt, and it was almost like we already had ties to each other, and now you almost had to kind of focus and like remember you have those ties and start actually like pulling on them and seeing how you can strengthen them and utilize them even more and like almost adapt, because in some ways doing ritual magic through like cyberspace and stuff is not too dissimilar to maybe doing like astral work and doing ritual on astral plane or something, or visualizing a ritual in your head. Because I mean, that's one of the things talking about, like if you can't do ritual in a space, or you don't have space, then you just visualize in your head. It's like, how's that's shouldn't be any different on the effectiveness than being able to go through the physical motions of it.
Yeah. I'm just questioning, is the internet creating more effectiveness? Because it's an actual, and with your internet connection and whatnot, this movement of energy, that's what I'm wondering. Is that's why I say, like, not just a useful tool but a magical tool. So
I can see that.
It's an
especially since
time.
we give it so much energy. Like there is such a push and pull of energy that we're putting in energy daily with interacting on the internet and interacting with people, and we're taking energy when we're like talking to people or even is arguing with people. There's still that give and take energy. And I mean, the internet as a whole, it's been around 30 years now, give or take. So I can see it almost as a entity of interaction, and it's still only now we're really starting to maybe fully utilizing it, or really seeing how it can really work for us instead of thinking it's something that works against us.
No, we exist in an exciting time, like in the occult world. I think we exist in a very very exciting time, because we just have access to so much. I get people's need to have that like in-person like lodge experience, which is absolutely valuable, but they're out there, and if you don't live in an area where there's one close by, there's getting to be some pretty good alternatives, like Zoom class. No, it's not the same. I get that. I get that. But it's better than nothing.
Yeah. And honestly, like it's one of those, like I've seen services on Zoom, and it's one of those, like, it would be different if I was there in person and going through it and everything, but you still can get the feel of it. You can still get the feel of the words and everything, and have some experience with it, even if you're not in the temple space doing it with everyone and everything. And I think also in some ways it kind of, like you said, it helps people, especially if they aren't near any groups or people that they could do ritual with and whatnot. Because I know for at least myself, like 10 15 years ago, it'd be much harder to find people, but now you can go online and do a live chat with someone, and you can go through a ritual with them, even if you guys are like in two different states.
It's amazing. It's exciting. And I think we're totally lucky, to be living right now. I'm sure, 30 years from now, there will be people having this exact conversation, but looking back at us and being like, oh God, dark ages. Like, how did they,
I want to do a virtual reality temple. I would love to have like a virtual reality temple.
I was just talking about this. I think I brought it up with someone on one of my episodes of the podcast, but I was having a serious conversation, like what it not just having a virtual temple space,
Mhm.
but you can do things like when you're doing the pentagram rituals and the hexagram rituals, you do your tracing,
Yeah.
and
Oh, that'd be so cool.
the light is visible,
Mhm.
and your, let's say, like, so my cyber group, we're all in this virtual space, so they're seeing the light tracing with the pentagrams
Mhm.
and hexagrams. You can even do things like have a goetic circle
Mhm.
program where you have the circle and the triangle, you're in a virtual space, and you're um evoking a demon.
Mhm.
And when you feel like the demon has come, you
Mhm.
can, hit the button, and a visual representation of the demon is there in front of you in the virtual space. Like, I think there's could be so much more than just creating the four walls,
Oh yeah.
or in the ceiling, to really, and it's a little bit of taking Hollywood and putting it into a ritual. And I've discussed this plenty of times on this podcast about how, the exaggerated witchcraft and magic of
Mhm.
Hollywood is an outward expression of what I'm feeling inside. No, I can't fly. No, I can't shoot lightning bolts from my fingertips. But when I'm in ritual,
Mhm.
that's what you feel like.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So first of all, it would be really boring having, the LBRP in a movie. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
if they
That's
if they
that's
did,
that's not
yeah.
exciting. Like, I mean, that's not marketable, for a movie. That doesn't excite people. That doesn't, stir the imagination.
Unless they saw the flaming like,
Yeah.
pentagram and everything.
Yeah. So it's taking that sort of like Hollywood magic,
Mm.
so to speak, and putting it in a virtual reality space so you can see what you're
Mm.
feeling. It's not a replacement for feeling the energies and invoking the energies. It's just having for the first time, a visual representation of what you're experiencing. Um,
Well,
and
it's honestly no, it's not really that different from the psychodrama you would see like Crowley putting on plays
yeah,
and various occultists that they were doing rituals, but they were always these over exaggerated, very visual plays,
yeah,
but it was still a ritual they were doing too at the same time. And
yeah,
it
exactly.
was like the photographs you see are like amazing looking, and everyone's like, oh my goodness. And they were like, oh, it was theater. It's like, yes, but it was still ritual
Yeah,
theater.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah, same thing, really.
Mm-hmm.
It is the same thing. So yeah, I think that's exciting, and I think we'll be seeing that
Yeah.
soon. I know a guy a couple of years ago, he did a couple of virtual reality spaces. One he did of a GD temple and part of the neophyte initiation.
Oh.
And then a couple other, like magic circles and whatnot. So it's taking that,
Mm.
but
I
then
would love to see
amping it up.
like a 3D model of like the Tree of Life, and then like through VR, just like visually going through all the Sephiroths and
Mm,
like experiencing what each Sephiroth um means and how it equates to you, and just like basically walking through up the Tree of Life. That would be so
that
cool.
would be something else.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, I would love that.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, now I'm thinking. Yeah. Hmm. There's, you know, there. It's just exciting. We just live in
Hmm.
an exciting time in the occult community, and I think it's just going to get so much better. I worry a little bit. I think we're due for a satanic panic. I can see one coming down the pike a bit. I'm a little worried about what you guys got going on down there in the States.
Oh, are you talking about like just like how like
Just all the laws and
yeah.
it's just, I don't know. I can see another satanic panic coming down the pike. But other than that, I mean, I think, on the back end, if that happens, I think on the back end of another satanic panic, I think it'd be some pretty amazing stuff by that point.
I think I could definitely, especially like with social media and just people taking things too seriously, or when they see something silly, like I don't know if you remember when it was last year or the year before when there was the whole cursing the moon or some weird nonsense stuff.
Yes,
and it was one of those like, I remember that going for a moment like, what? And then it's like it was people just trolling, honestly. It was just, but there were also people who thought it was serious and people trolling. So I feel like it might be one of those, like, I could see like a joke being maybe taken too far where people like, oh my goodness, it's like, no, that was just a joke. No one meant to actually curse anyone, hex anything, do anything weird. I don't know. That's one of the things I could see being a tipping point, maybe.
Yeah.
Or like, oh my god, if you watch TikTok, your kids are going to turn into witches or something weird like that.
Yeah, right. We'll blame it on the kids. We'll blame it on we'll blame it on Gen Z. If there's a satanic panic, we'll just blame it on them. But like, I was
like with Harry Potter, where people thought like reading Harry Potter suddenly you become a wizard or something.
I warned you about TikTok. I told you, but did you listen? No. And now look where we are. We're in another satanic panic, and it's all your fault.
It's so strange, and especially I remember I've read up on the satanic panic from the 80s and just how widespread that was, but it was all sorts of different things, and it was honestly, it was one big messed up phone game that just turned ugly.
Oh yeah, but notice how the majority of people that were negatively affected by the satanic panic, notice the similarities between them and the people during the witch hunts of early modern European period.
Yeah.
Neither of them were witches or Satanists. Like all of these daycare workers going to prison for molesting children in the daycares and sacrificing them in satanic rituals.
Yeah.
None of that happened. Just like 500 years ago, none of it happened. It was all these innocent people getting caught up in this, satanic panic. And it was history repeating itself.
Oh yeah. It's like a lot of people got caught up in it, and it was just a lot of just hearsay, and they were taking the parents would hear a story from the kids, and they passed to the other parents. It just got worse and worse, and then they just it ran wild, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. And so I can see another one happening. I mean, I hope not. It really wouldn't it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me. No.
I could definitely just, and the thing is too, is like I noticed that paganism, the occult, is becoming a little more mainstream, but that comes and goes. It always comes in waves where it becomes mainstream, and then falls back into kind of on the fringe, and then comes back again, and everyone's freaking out when they see, like, I don't know, incense and chakras at Five Below, and just your own the witch kit at like Sephora.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Like that, it wasn't even being sold yet. You just saw the picture and you're like, oh my goodness. It's like a tarot card. I think it was tarot cards, some oils, a smudge stick, and a crystal.
Yes. I forgot about that. That never ended up.
No, they were just previewing. No. It was like on the website. It never even hit the floor.
Yeah. I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what a world we live in. We live in a fascinating world. We really do. It's so complex, and right now it's a little bit like walking on eggshells, because you never know, like, okay, is this opinion out of date this week? I don't know. So it's interesting, but it's also a little aggravating. And
well, the thing is too, is I sometimes think, because information can move so fast, and things move, it sometimes moves faster before the complete thought gets out there, or all the information's out there, or all the facts and everything. And then of course people have the knee-jerk reaction of, oh my goodness, before the whole story comes out. And things happen, it just snowballs from there. So I can see where, on one hand, people are trying to be more aware and trying to catch things, but at the same time, it's there's a line between being more aware and just like, instead of educating, just knocking people down and like gatekeeping, when it's like having a discussion. Might be better.
Right.
Instead of just yelling at people.
I mean, like, all of these, it's a catch-22, because all of these problems could be solved by getting rid of social media. But social media has been so good for bringing like-minded people together, and it just, like I said, that's why I said it's a catch-22, because there's so much potentially good about it, but there's just so much that's just absolutely horrible. And it's whatever.
I think part of it is, like, when we were talking about the whole with people's personal practice, and the whole idea where if I don't post it, then I must not be doing it, or it doesn't count or something. I think people, hopefully now, or at least we're starting to realize there's that some form of separation between social media and your personal practice, where it's you're not trying to do your practice because you're trying to please other people. This is a practice for yourself, between you and whatever higher power you believe in. And so it's one of those things where I think people need to separate the whole, I'm doing this for myself, and not doing it for the clicks or the likes or the points or everything. And I think that's where people are trying to separate, where it's like, yes, you can make all the lovely pictures and the aesthetic stuff, but also at the end of the day, your practice should be fulfilling you, and not just wearing you down because you didn't take the coolest picture possible about some candle or something.
Exactly. But I mean, there is that, and people are calling it aesthetic witchcraft, where they're less practitioners, and they're more, taking on the aesthetic of witchcraft, which is fine, which is absolutely fine. So, as long as you keep it to that, where witchcraft is more of like a lifestyle, online sort of, likes and follows and whatnot. And as long as you don't, start buying into your own hype and thinking you're like some sort of authority, where you're setting the rules and the parameters, then, I mean, knock yourself out, because if your witchcraft is limited to the aesthetics of witchcraft, then post away, like, post those photos. Absolutely, they're beautiful. You know,
I think
it's not going to interrupt your magic because you're not doing magic, because your witchcraft is aesthetic.
yeah.
So that's fine.
Mm.
But I mean, I'm thinking like, you know, am I going to post photos of my altar with my four elemental weapons on it? No, because because those elemental weapons represent more than just
Mm.
magic or elements. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, they're very personal because like I have tools. I'm honestly, I think I couple times I used to post here and there of my altar, and now these days I don't even post any pictures of my altar because it's I don't know, there's something very personal because it's this space where I'm working with the spirits and the deities I work with, and this is our kind of meeting ground. And
Mhm.
I feel like this is not something I feel or care to share with anyone
Yeah.
else.
Yeah.
So I can definitely understand that too. And I think that's the thing. It's like I love the aesthetic pictures. I love the aesthetic
Yeah.
witchcraft stuff. It's beautiful. But I think the problem becomes when people see these pictures, they get this idea that this is how it has to be done. You have to have your apothecary behind you of all these jars, and you have to have all these pretty like image objects, or you're not a witch, or you're not a
Yeah.
practitioner, and everything. And it's like they have to realize that there's a separation between the beautiful imagery and then the practice. And also I think sometimes people think like, oh, you posted this beautiful aesthetic picture, you must know magic. And sometimes people just want to post a pretty aesthetic picture, and like you said, the lifestyle, it doesn't mean they don't know it, but they might not want to be a authority in
Yeah.
talking about it.
Yeah.
And people assume like, oh, you must know about it because you posted this candle and these oils and all these herbs, and you must know what this is then.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. It just, yeah, it's weird. Like, okay, well, they're posting a picture of an altar. They have 10,000 followers. They must be an authority.
Mhm.
Like,
Oh yeah.
if that's your, the extent of your qualifications for who's an authority and who's not, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't.
I mean,
Yeah.
like even for myself, like I've been practicing for a while, and I definitely do not think myself an authority at all. I'm
Right?
like I have information, like this is what I have done, this is how I practice, but it's probably different from the next person who also practices
Yeah.
too.
Yeah. My friend called me an adept in front of other occultists once, and I'm like, what did you just call me? Like, am I am I really? Really? It just, first of all, you don't walk around calling yourself an adept. Like, you don't,
Mm.
well, first of all, you don't, really think of yourself as an adept. Like, that's not like a daily kind of like thought that crosses your mind. You don't really vocalize it,
Mhm.
you know. So when you hear someone, it kind of throws you. And it's like, and then of course you're like, but really? Really am I?
Mhm. Like
Uh,
honestly, I hardly ever feel it, just because like I I wouldn't say I'm the best practicer. I don't say I'm the most like regular practicer, but I do practice. And so I'm like, I look at mostly the off days when I'm not, and I'm like, I'm not that good.
right.
I'm a bad pick.
Right.
Oh
Yeah,
no, it's a full moon. Quick, throw some rocks out there.
yeah, right. Yeah, it's, yeah. I mean, they're just words and whatnot, but I mean, the thing is that the more you know, I think the more you acknowledge you're a student and
Yeah.
you're a learner. Anyone that it's like, oh yeah, no, I'm an adept. I'm a teacher. I know it all. um Run, like
Yeah.
run.
It's like this is, I think this is something people also don't realize when first coming in. Like, this is a lifelong
Yeah.
practice. Like, you will always be learning something. And if you're not, then you become stagnant. It's like, also, like, honestly, I love learning new information about the occult and magic and everything, and other practices. So I can never see myself not learning something new and everything.
Yeah.
It honestly just helps make things, it betters your practice the more
Yeah,
you
for
learn.
sure. I was going for a while there, feeling that like my daily practice was a little stale.
Hmm.
Because it's the same thing every day, you know.
Yeah.
Um, um, if I have a little bit more time, it's more, but
Hmm.
it's more of the same. And in really busy days, it's less of the same.
Hmm.
And it was getting pretty stale. Um, and it's okay to do the same things day in day. Like having that routine is fantastic, but you still have to change up something.
Yeah.
Um, you know, even if it's like on occasion, just to keep things, interesting and vibrant. But I didn't realize how stale until we started working with the deep purist Enochian magic.
Mm.
And so I don't do deep purist Enochian every day. But learning something new, incorporating a new style into my magical practice has livened things up, reinvigorated me. Whereas, so that like my daily practice that was stale,
Hmm.
I'm still doing it, but it's fun and exciting again.
Yeah.
Feels good. And I feel like when I'm doing it and on like those busy days where it's, you know, let's say an LBRP and a bit of meditation
Hmm.
for 15 minutes, because that's all I could spare in the morning,
Yeah.
let's say, I still feel like this powerful magician that can fly and shoot lightning bolts out of my fingertips, you know, because that's how you should feel when you're
Yeah.
doing magic. So if things are getting a little stale, getting a little boring, you spice it up, learn something new. Absolutely, absolutely. Because my daily practice, like I said, hasn't changed one bit.
Hmm.
It's the extra stuff that I'm doing that made me excited and energized again.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely those moments of when you feel like you suddenly are just kind of going through the motions and not really putting, because definitely the difference when you're putting the energy into the ritual, even if it's just the very simple ones, and then the times when you're just reading off the words and go through the motions, then you can feel like, okay, there's nothing going on.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes that happens where you feel like you plateaued, or you just kind of stagnant, and I know people get frustrated that, and that's like you said, that's when you have to like incorporate a new ritual or even learn a new ritual to kind of refresh
Yeah.
that energy and re jumpstart. And I think sometimes people, maybe with the aesthetic stuff and the internet stuff, they see too often people who might be just getting started doing, like, yes, I'm doing all these rituals every day and doing on top of it, and being super all the magic stuff, and they're like, well, I'm not really doing that, I'm kind of doing it, and they get discouraged
Yeah.
because they
Yeah.
see that, and it's like, you two different paths.
Oh,
Mileage may
sure.
vary.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you don't want to get caught in that trap of, okay, well, they're doing X, I need to do X, you know.
Yeah.
That's always a recipe for failure. Absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah, absolutely. Even at times it can be good to just stop magic and do something very grounding and very mundane, because sometimes all magic, no theory, like all practice, no theory, can be really imbalancing, so sometimes, you also have to just stop the magic. I'm not talking about weeks or months or anything like that, but sometimes you need to take a break for a couple of days and do, read.
Read a book that's not a occult book.
Do some journal, or do some journaling about, get caught up on recording your magical workings, because that's you're still kind of in that magical sphere, but it's still very grounding to get those words out onto paper.
That's the thing I say. I feel like needs to be talked more. It's like I'm very much of the idea of the magical diary of journaling, especially talking about dream working and lucid dreaming, like journal and like everyone first thing, journal all the journaling, because if you're practicing or you're learning these rituals, it is one thing. It's like, you did these rituals, that's good, but are you recording it so that, because everyone's like, oh, I'm going to remember that. It's like, no, not after like 30 of these rituals. You're not going to remember this little detailed differences of how you were at the first ritual to the 30th. And it honestly, I think it's really helpful to journal it out and write out so that you can see your progress. Especially like if you do hit a plateau or dry spot, you can go back to those journals and see how far you've come. Or what you want to maybe worked on that you maybe lost sight of. Along the way.
I love journaling. There's so many benefits to keeping a magical journal. I find it very grounding, very meditative. It's a good outlet for my creative juices when I don't have time to create. And like I'm creating every day, because again, I make, the candles and the incense and oils, but I'm creating those for others. Like I'm talking about, like when you're building your own ritual tools and how great that creative process is and whatnot. I find that when I don't have the time to create something for me, journaling is almost like a second best option. It's gonna tide me over. I don't have time this week, but the journaling until the weekend, and then I can get to working on whatever creative pursuit. But well, first of all, you want to keep that record, like you said, but I just find like just the process very grounding, very very meditative, and a good outlet for some pent-up creativity.
I love it, because I think also it's something for just you. Like honestly, I think if people, when they do journal, they shouldn't, it's just between them and the book. That don't think of anyone else reading it. It's just your own record and everything. And I honestly love it, because I'll write notes out from bits of research I've done on books, or like honestly when I've had the aha moments of like, oh, that makes so much sense now, and just write down the paragraph or something, and then include where it connects either to something that I remember from my life or something I did once. It like, oh, now I understand why. Because that's the other thing. So much of this research with magic, even especially ceremonial magic, not a lot of it will make sense at first, but then as you're progressing, it's like, oh, now I know why this is done, or why these words make sense here and everything. And you want that record to show like when you had those moments, so you're like, oh wow, I did connect all the dots properly.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you absolutely need that, you really, really do. Now you may not necessarily go, you know, refer to your journals from 5 years ago or 10 years ago, but you'll be surprised how often that actually happens.
Yeah.
But I think
It doesn't have to be a pretty thing. I think people get so caught up with it being this like
I mean,
Grimoire, Book of Shadows
I
thing.
have my really fancy one that is like fancy. It's a handmade leather bound grimoire with the swivel locks and the medallion, and it's on this post system, so like you can take out the pages, and like I hand illuminated them like
Oh wow.
like manuscripts.
Yeah.
But that's like, that has, all my rituals and blah blah blah. But like, you're, scribbling, after a scrying session workbook. Like I just, I have like artist sketchbooks, and because you now see, like what I do is I record everything. So, like the really basic, if I just wake up in the morning, do an LBRP, and that's it for the morning, that gets recorded down, the date, the whatever planetary date is, planetary hour, moon phase, what sign the moon's in, what sign the sun's in, and weather conditions: clear, cloudy, rainy, hot, cold. So your magical diaries, like you go through them really quickly. You're not like, this, my fancy one, I think I cost me like $750. So obviously I'm not going to be buying one of those every 6 months, because I filled it up with, I did LBRP today, felt pretty good. But yet the entry is like this big, because I'm scribbling every, oh, sun is in Gemini, waxing moon is in Leo, oh, little bit of drizzle, but otherwise it's not so bad out. So no, I'm not going to spend, $750 on a journal every 6 months for that. But I want to record that, because I want to see that every time it's a waxing moon and it's raining, I have a shit LBRP, or I have an amazing LBRP,
No, and I think that's what people forget with it, because I think sometimes they think it has to be like long pages of talking and everything, and most of the time, like you said, it's a usual like, I did the LBRP, it didn't go so well, try again next time, try again later, or something like that. Or like if I do my dream journaling, like what I'll do is usually have the day, the time, and I'll put like dream notes, and I'll put the notes of the dream itself, whatever I can remember, what I did in the dream, what happened. But then below that, I'll put notes of like, well, yesterday this happened, and I'll connect the dots of like, well, might be why this happened in the dream, because 2 days ago I talked to this person and now I had a dream about this. So I'll put the dream notes and then the logical possible explanation too, or notes of like, that symbolism was interesting, I wonder what it meant, and then research it or something.
Plus, regular use of dream journaling can help you to remember your dreams. Not always. You don't become a master dream rememberer. That's not a title. But because no matter how long you've been dream journaling for, you're gonna wake up with fuzzy dreams. But I find that keeping a dream journal does actually help you to remember a little bit better.
Oh yeah, I've noticed because I'll go through phases of being very detail oriented with dream journaling, and I'll go through slumps and everything. And I noticed to get out of my slumps that I'll in the morning I'll write down, even if I don't actually remember a dream, I'll write down any like emotion I remember or any feelings or even just like single words. I notice if I continue to do that, it's almost like my brain clicks in the fact like, oh, we want to remember this
Yeah.
information. And then
Yeah.
slowly the entries will get bigger and bigger as I like remember maybe more than one dream along the way and everything.
Yeah.
So that seems to help.
Yeah, and I would think too, if you're dedicated to keeping a dream journal, I would think that like, so you wake up and you have a fuzzy dream that you can't quite remember, or you
Yeah.
just remember a few things, but not the whole dream. I would think that subconsciously your mind is saying, I really want to journal this dream as detailed as possible. So it's gonna, I'm sure subconsciously your brain's gonna be working on recovering that dream. So throughout the day, you know, when you remember bits and pieces from a dream,
Yeah.
I think that um your subconscious plays a part in that. If you're actively dream journaling, that it's working in the background without you even realizing it, trying to pull memories from that fuzzy dream that you can't quite remember.
Oh, for sure. And I've even noticed like if I keep up with it long enough, if I get really dedicated to it, I then notice that it becomes a little easier to also like interact with the dream and start doing the
Yeah.
lucid dreaming part and really lock into it's weird. Like right now it's more like I'm aware that yes, I am dreaming. This is the scenario, but I can't yet like do anything in the dream other than just being aware like, yeah, I'm dreaming and just still go with the flow of it.
Yeah.
So I notice as long as I start keep journaling, like, yeah, like you said, the subconscious slowly clicks in place like, oh, we want to do things. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, oh my God, it's 1:40.
What? Oh my goodness. We've been at this for a while.
We've been at this for a while. Well, I don't know when we started recording. It was probably around 9:20 or 9:30.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, about there. So, well, maybe we should wrap it up then.
I can blab about this stuff all day.
I can, you know what, honestly, I could keep going. Like, I prefer, like, the longer the episode, the better, you know, like, I don't want to do like an hour-long episode, you know what I mean? If we started at like, okay, so if we started at 9:30, so we've been going, for 4 hours.
Oh wow.
I would eat, like, if we started at 7, I'd be like, yeah, let's do 5 hours. Let's do 6 hours. I mean, I'll talk about this until I pass out. But yeah, no, you know, I'll stop it here. I'll let you go. Because, you know,
No, I loved it. This was fun.
Yeah.
I totally enjoyed this.
No, good. I'm glad. No, this was fun. Yeah, I mean, and you're going to be on the podcast. No one know. I haven't talked about it like publicly, so I'm not going to actually go into it, but you'll be back shortly anyways too. So that's going to be an interesting, I think that's going to be an interesting episode.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I could talk shop all day about this.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Yeah. I think well, I normally go to bed at around 2, sometimes 3. So it's not like I'm like, this is, you know, way past my bedtime. But I have such a busy day. Oh, I have such a busy day tomorrow.
Oh no. Yeah, same here, honestly.
It's just I've just been so busy, and you know, I shouldn't really complain because it's good busy. It's my business being successful busy, and that means keeping a roof over my head.
Yeah.
But it's a little like my business almost double, like my business last year almost doubled from the year previous.
Oh, wow.
And this year it's even that much more. So, and I'm still just, it's just me.
Oh.
Yeah, well, I mean, I work from home.
Mhm.
All the products are made. I'm actually sitting in my virtual room right now, and it's a fairly big room. Like it's an 18 by 18,
Mhm.
uh, room, 18 foot by 18 foot, square room. So I mean, it's a big space, but it's
Mhm.
still, I mean, still like with COVID and whatnot, like I just don't want people in here, like working, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you'll feel the smallness of the space once you have like one or two people in with
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. So right now it's still just me. It's still just me.
Mhm.
So yeah, when these orders come in, like from the distributors, because it's just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of products. It makes for busy days. So
Yeah.
yeah.
It's one of those like it's a good busy, but it's still busy.
Yeah, exactly. So before we wrap up,
Mhm.
why don't you tell the listeners, and I'll put these in the show notes, so
Okay.
it's easier for the listeners, but just tell the listeners, where they can find you online, like your social media, and they can follow you and what you got going on and whatnot.
Let's see. I'm most active on Instagram, so you can find me under Eilfie Music, EilfieMusic. I'm also under Twitter, which is also Eilfie Music too. I do a podcast with Crystal and Kat for Ghost Girl Diaries. We kind of switch off every other Friday. We usually do around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll talk about paranormal cases, true crime, um, TV, pop culture stuff, all sorts of things. But it's been a lot of fun. I've been doing that with them for like a few months now, almost 6 months now, actually,
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
longer. My
yeah.
sense of time sucks.
I know, right? Well, especially in the pandemic, I like
Mm.
time just doesn't mean anything anymore.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that podcast is fun, and like so, like I'll have the link to that, like I
Oh
said,
yeah. Well,
in the show
it's
notes as
interesting.
well. And
Well, what's interesting is like Crystal, she's me and her, we had known each other for a few years. Like we kind of like we've never met in person, but we knew each other online, and we kind of like circled around for a while, and then finally one day we just kind of actually met up and decided. Like she asked, like, "Hey, do you want to come on do this podcast with me and everything?" And like, sure. And then I think it was at first like kind of just being kind of like guest spot, and then she's like,
okay,
"Hey, do you want to do it?" I'm like, "Yeah, I love talking about the paranormal."
right? Yeah,
So we'll talk about history and ghosts and hauntings and true crime and just we'll go off on so many different tangents too. We
yeah, so,
try to stay on topic.
yeah. So you guys should really check out the podcast because that's a lot of fun. I mean,
Yeah.
that's going to tick a lot of boxes on, with the listeners, with
Mm.
you know, with
Also, Crystal and Cat are just awesome too. They're a lot of fun. So you can actually find their handles through Ghost Girl Diaries too, and they post all sorts of stuff. And I believe Ghost Girl Diaries has a TikTok as well.
Okay, excellent. All right, well, there you have it. 4.5 hours or 4 hours of absolute
Oh
fabulous
God.
with Eilfie Music, and yeah, you know,
This was so much fun. I really
oh,
enjoyed
I'm
this.
glad I had such a good time. It was so nice. This was such an easy conversation because you just want to talk about this, and I just want to
Mhm.
talk about this and listen. And it was just so nice to have such a relaxed conversation, but hit so many good points along the way. You know what I mean? So
Oh
this was
yeah.
a lot of fun, and we'll have, fun in a couple of weeks. And
I
even though
could just nerd out about the cult history alone. Like,
well, the thing is, like, that's going to be a whole, in a few weeks, that's a
Mhm.
whole different format. So that, that's it, almost like it doesn't count. I'll get you back on. We'll pick something. Well, occult history then. We'll do occult history, and we'll just talk about occult history for 4 hours.
Yeah, it's like, how much time you got?
Whatever. Like, literally, when I say, like, because I always tell guests, like, when I'm trying to book them, I'm like, just set the time and we're going to talk for as long as you want to talk. Like, because I literally, everything else is off the table. It just becomes all about the podcast. And, this is case in point when we're at it for like 4 hours. Like, I wasn't joking. I wasn't, gonna like secretly cut you off after an hour. You know what I mean? We'll do another 4-hour marathon or 5-hour marathon and just have a good time. The listeners love it. The listeners love these long conversations. So so we'll occult history. There we go. Perfect.
Sounds good.
Okay, in the meantime, I'm gonna say good night and thank you again for coming on. And so say goodbye to the listeners.
Bye, everyone. Thank you. And thank you again for inviting me. This was wonderful.
No, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. Thank you for listening to this episode of The Lux Files. You'll find all the guest links in the show notes, as well as the link www.leiloganzalwin.com/links. That link will get you to my page of links, where you can then go to my Leilo Gonzalwin website, the Lux Files page, and my Leilo Gonzalwin YouTube channel that has all the Lux Files videos. It also has all my social media links there, so you can follow me and the Lux Files. And don't forget to subscribe to the Lux Files wherever you get your podcasts. And lastly, if you enjoyed this episode, please consider leaving me a review. Until next time.